Maria could see, but she cannot hear anything. She's online. And I don't
I
have
can hear you if you talk to the microphone. I can hear you now. Sorry.
Hi, Maria. Can you hear us?
Yes, can I hear you very well now because you are talking to the microphone. Hi, everyone.
Cristina, ask them if you can see her. If we can see her. When the time comes. Buenos dias, bom dia, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and to be welcomed in such a powerful and energetic way here in the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro. So welcome all to Rio, and thank you for coming. A lot of people came from the whole globe to be here with us, and we really appreciate the effort, and we really appreciate that you're here to provide your inputs and recommendations for this global workshop on biodiversity, traditional medicine, health, and well-being. We have interpretation for those that need. This will be a mixed language, a multi-language event. You hear Portuguese, you'll hear Spanish, you'll hear English, you'll hear any other language that we can manage here, hopefully. And that's part of the beauty of this event, which is to have this diversity of languages, this diversity of cultures, this diversity of perspectives. And that's what we are aiming for, to listen and to learn from you and advance together in these recommendations for this biodiversity, traditional medicine, and health and well-being workshop. We will start inviting our distinguished panel for the opening session. So I'd like to invite Dr. Ethel Maciel, who is the Secretary of Health Surveillance and Environment in the Ministry of Health. So welcome and good morning. We also like to invite Raquel Barros de Oliveira. She's Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Racial Equality in Brazil. Dr. Gary Eichmans. She's the Director of the Department of Social and Environmental Determinants for Health Equity at the Pan American Health Organization in Washington, D.C. And we also saw already online, we have Dr. Maria Neira, the Director of Public Health and Environment. Hi, Maria, now we can see you. At the World Health Organization in Geneva. We are missing you here, Maria. Bueno, como decimos, vamos a tener presentaciones en varios idiomas, en español, en portugués, en inglés, así que puedan hablar en el idioma que se sientan más confortables. Yo paso primero la palabra a la doctora Ethel Maciel para que pueda dar las bienvenidas al evento en nombre del Ministerio de Salud de Brasil.
Obrigada, gracias, thank you. Vou falar em português, então vou dar um tempo para vocês mudarem o canal. Em nome do Ministério da Saúde, da nossa ministra, Nízia Trindade, eu queria dizer do prazer de estar aqui, dividindo essa abertura com a Organização Mundial de Saúde, Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, o nosso Ministério de Igualdade Racial, um ministério tão importante agora, nesse novo governo do nosso presidente Lula, dizer que nós estamos, desde o início, né, agora completamos 6 meses, finalizando o 7º mês desse governo, desse novo governo. Nós estamos muito comprometidos com o respeito à biodiversidade, à cultura, às comunidades tradicionais, aos povos indígenas, à nossa ancestralidade, tão importante na Constituição do nosso país. Já nos primeiros dias desse novo governo, nós identificamos, eu sou secretária de Vigilância e Saúde, em Saúde e Ambiente, né, do Ministério da Saúde, e nós identificamos já na primeira semana um número bastante aumentado de óbito em uma comunidade indígena específica. Aqui no Brasil nós temos mais de 300 etnias, são muitas línguas, vários povos, e um deles, que é a população indígena Yanomami, nós identificamos já na primeira semana um número bastante expressivo de óbito em crianças, óbito por desnutrição, o que nos chamou muita atenção, e nós enviamos, então, uma equipe ao campo para poder investigar o que estava acontecendo. E as primeiras imagens foram chocantes. Foram imagens que, infelizmente, rodaram o mundo, imagens que nos envergonham, né, pelo descaso com que nós tratamos os nossos povos originários. Então, nós instituímos muito rapidamente, ainda no primeiro mês, a primeira emergência, o primeiro decreto de emergência jamais feito no Brasil em território indígena. Nós instituímos uma força-tarefa unindo várias especialidades, né, da saúde para ir a campo num território onde só se chega por via aérea, de difícil acesso. Infelizmente, nós estamos enfrentando no nosso país por um garimpo ilegal, né? É importante que a gente diga isso. O primeiro contato, né? Povos que estão recebendo pela primeira vez contato com povos não indígenas, né? População não indígena, e que acaba levando várias infecções, doenças para os nossos povos originários, para a nossa população indígena. Nós temos várias populações que estão nessa situação agora, e que isso implica, do ponto de vista da saúde, um novo arranjo, mudanças importantes. Então, esse encontro ele é de fundamental importância para nós, né, no Ministério da Saúde. Nós estamos reconstruindo completamente a nossa Secretaria de Atenção Especial na Saúde Indígena, que foi muito destruída nos últimos anos. E agora, com o novo secretário, né, o secretário Weibe, nós estamos, junto com a ministra, reconstruindo todos os distritos sanitários indígenas, recomeçando, eu não vou nem dizer, nós estamos voltando a 4 anos, nós retrocedemos muito mais que isso no Brasil. E não só, né, em relação à saúde dos povos indígenas, quilombolas, as nossas comunidades tradicionais. Então, esse evento ele é de fundamental importância para que a gente possa, primeiro, dizer e colocar, né, para todos vocês que o nosso compromisso com a saúde, o conhecimento dos nossos povos, e para que nós possamos, através do nosso Sistema Único de Saúde, o Brasil, um país com mais de 200 milhões de habitantes, é o único com sistema universal de saúde. Então, nós temos muito orgulho do nosso Sistema Único de Saúde, mas nós temos muito a aprender com a saúde, a medicina tradicional, né, eu diria a saúde dos nossos povos, todos os nossos povos tradicionais e originários. Então, há muito a aprender, muito para ser incorporado, e esse momento ele é único para que a gente possa trocar essas experiências, aprender mais. E a minha fala, eu quero concluir dizendo do nosso compromisso do Ministério da Saúde, do respeito e do trabalho em conjunto para que nós possamos construir o que nós ainda precisamos, né, e avançar no nosso Sistema Único de Saúde, para que a gente possa incorporar esse conhecimento tão importante, tradicional, das nossas populações que vivem no Brasil e que estão aqui na nossa região das Américas, porque para vários povos originários não há fronteiras, né? As nossas fronteiras, elas são fronteiras administrativas, elas são fronteiras que os nossos povos, principalmente indígenas, não há essas fronteiras que nós traçamos. Então, é muito importante o nosso trabalho em conjunto para que nós possamos traçar também estratégias em conjunto para melhorar a saúde dos nossos povos. Então, muito obrigada. Estou à disposição aqui em nome do Ministério da Saúde para que a gente possa trabalhar cada vez mais em conjunto. Obrigada.
Muito obrigado, doutora Eta Maciel. Passo a palavra agora à secretária executiva do Ministério de Igualdade Racial do Brasil.
Obrigada. Bom dia, buenos dias, good morning. Vou fazer a minha fala em português. Meu nome é Raquel Barros, eu sou chefe de gabinete da Secretaria Executiva do Ministério da Igualdade Racial. E, em nome da ministra Aniele Franco e de todos os servidores, trabalhadores do Ministério da Igualdade Racial, é um prazer estar aqui hoje nesse evento que é tão importante, que fala sobre a importância do bem-estar para a construção de estratégias de superação das desigualdades, para a incorporação dos conhecimentos das nossas comunidades tradicionais, e o quanto isso é fundamental para a transformação das condições de vida das nossas populações. Eu também peço licença aos meus mais velhos, porque sou uma mulher de axé também, sou uma mulher candomblessista, filha de Oiá. Então, para mim também é muito importante pedir licença para falar de um tema tão importante e que diz respeito às nossas tradições e compartilhar com vocês aqui um pouco do que o Ministério vem fazendo nessa temática e também um pouco da nossa visão sobre essa dimensão que é tão fundamental para nós, né? Quando nós falamos de processos de igualdade racial, que é a temática central do nosso trabalho, né, isso inclui necessariamente falar da luta do movimento negro, né, para incidir na construção de políticas públicas, para a mitigação dos processos de desigualdade que ainda hoje pesam sobre os povos tradicionais, quilombolas, indígenas, ciganos em todo o país. E por que eu falo isso, né? Porque sem a luta desses movimentos, nós não teríamos hoje as políticas que nós conseguimos conquistar, ainda que elas não estejam amplamente difundidas e sendo executadas, né? Como a própria política nacional de saúde integral da população negra, né? E falar desse assunto, quando nós falamos dessa temática, é fundamental deixar sempre evidente a relação entre o racismo e as desigualdades sociais, né? O racismo é uma estrutura que, historicamente, contribui para a manutenção dos indicadores que mantém a maior parcela da população brasileira em condições desiguais de acesso a serviços básicos e, portanto, que são direitos fundamentais para a garantia do bem-estar social, né? Nós estamos falando, objetivamente, das mulheres negras que mais morrem no parto, né? Nós estamos falando, objetivamente, das doenças transmissíveis, que são evitáveis para a população indígena e quilombola. E a gente também está falando das mortes que atingem, sobretudo, homens negros por causas externas, né? A gente está falando das pessoas que são vítimas de violência letal, a gente está falando de mulheres que morrem no parto por pressão alta por doenças evitáveis. A gente está falando de um país que ainda não conseguiu erradicar uma doença que já tem cura, que é a tuberculose, que atinge, sobretudo, as populações tradicionais, né? Esses indicadores reforçam que não há possibilidade de nós falarmos sobre bem-estar sem pensar no combate às próprias desigualdades sociais, né? Esse é um compromisso que nós, do poder público, especialmente nós, do Ministério da Igualdade Racial, né, do Ministério da Saúde, nós temos com a sociedade, né, para que nós possamos, de fato, gerar transformações que mudem a realidade dessas populações, né? E, especificamente, nós, do Ministério da Igualdade Racial, nós temos um diálogo importante com as comunidades tradicionais, quilombolas, povos de terreiro e matriz africana, porque nós temos uma secretaria voltada para essas populações, chefiada pelo secretário Ronaldo Santos, e que tem 2 diretorias, uma voltada para povos tradicionais e ciganos, e uma voltada para populações quilombolas, que tem trabalhado arduamente sobre essas questões. E aqui eu gostaria de me ater muito sobre os conhecimentos que os povos de terreiro e matriz africana têm trazido para esse debate. A despeito de serem sistematicamente alvos de diferentes formas de discriminação e racismo, né, quando não têm o acesso à saúde atendido, quando têm o acesso à saúde negado, quando são impedidos de utilizar seus paramentos religiosos em espaços públicos e privados, quando são proibidos de fazerem suas manifestações culturais e no uso do próprio espaço público para fazer suas oferendas, quando têm ataques violentos aos seus espaços de culto, a despeito de todas essas violações, essas pessoas que, ao longo dos séculos, têm nos oferecido importantes práticas de cuidado e que ainda hoje são mantidas vivas nos seus espaços de culto e cuidado. Um exemplo disso é a forma do uso das plantas medicinais e da própria alimentação como um ato de atenção à saúde. Os espaços de terreiro como espaço de acolhimento para as pessoas que têm necessidades de saúde mental e também para suporte às pessoas que são vítimas de violência, especialmente racismo e violência doméstica e LGBTfobia. E o reconhecimento também dos saberes ancestrais que são passados pela oralidade, né, para o cuidado com a saúde, através dos seus procedimentos de reza e dos seus procedimentos de cura. O reconhecimento desses saberes é dever de todos nós que trabalhamos ou somos próximos do diálogo com a saúde, mas também de toda a sociedade, né? Então, acho que é importante que nós possamos multiplicar essa visão, né? Considerando que o bem-estar, de fato, ele só pode ser exercido na sua integralidade. É importante que nós possamos acolher todos os saberes tradicionais e que isso atende à reivindicação do movimento social, como eu disse inicialmente, que lutou para que a Política Nacional de Saúde Integral da População Negra reconhecesse o racismo e as desigualdades étnico-raciais, e o racismo institucional como determinantes sociais das condições de saúde, e para que tivesse, entre as suas diretrizes, a promoção do reconhecimento dos saberes e práticas populares de saúde, incluindo aqueles preservados pelas religiões de matriz africana. Essa é uma conquista, como eu disse inicialmente, mas que, de fato, ainda temos como desafio fazê-la ser executada por estados e municípios, né? É uma luta constante. Finalizando a minha fala e breve saudação, nós, do Ministério da Igualdade Racial, como eu disse, temos uma diretoria voltada especificamente para essas temáticas. E, no mês de março de 2023, desse ano, nós lançamos, junto com o presidente Lula, um pacote pela igualdade racial. Instituímos, junto a esse pacote, um GT interministerial de combate ao racismo religioso, que é uma instância por onde nós estamos trabalhando para a criação de um plano nacional de enfrentamento ao racismo religioso. Além desse grupo de trabalho, no último dia 19 de julho, nós lançamos, no estado da Bahia, em Salvador, a caravana Abre Caminhos pelo Brasil, que vai realizar uma série de encontros regionais por todo o país, com o objetivo de ouvir povos e comunidades tradicionais e coletar subsídios para a construção de um plano nacional de enfrentamento ao racismo religioso. Além disso, nós estamos trabalhando para que, até o final do ano, nós possamos também apresentar ações de fomento à cultura, agroecologia e economia solidária relacionada aos povos tradicionais. E nós também atuamos para incluir no programa Brasil Sem Miséria que o segmento de comunidades tradicionais seja um público prioritário dessa ação, né? Então, com essas informações, eu queria dizer para vocês que o Ministério da Igualdade Racial, a ministra Aniele Franco, a Secretaria Executiva, a secretária Roberta Eugênio, nós temos trabalhado diariamente para que a promoção da saúde e das boas práticas dos povos e comunidades tradicionais sejam reconhecidas como estratégias fundamentais para o combate às desigualdades sociais e para a promoção do bem viver. O bem viver que é tão pregado pelas mulheres negras e que nós acolhemos como uma estratégia importante no nosso ministério. Esse é o nosso compromisso. E finalizo desejando que esse encontro seja mais um espaço de produção de alianças, de compartilhamento de boas práticas e soluções que nos auxiliem a seguir nesse caminho. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, secretária executiva do Ministério da Igualdade Racial, Raquel Barros de Oliveira. É emocionante até escutar o Brasil criando esse novo ministério, que é tão importante para todos esses temas e para a recuperação desses temas tão sensíveis e tão importantes para uma população com tanta diversidade como a brasileira. Agora, em seguida, eu passo a palavra à doutora Gary Eichmanns, diretora do Departamento de Determinantes Sociais e Ambientais para a Equidade em Saúde da Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde em Washington.
Muchas gracias, Daniel. Muchas gracias. Yo voy a hablar, colegas, amigos, en español y un poco en inglés después. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotras, doctora Etel, doctora Rachel, y realmente no poner aquí en la mesa por qué estamos aquí, no la importancia y la necesidad de estar aquí en este momento, ¿no? Yo estoy aquí representando al doctor Jarbas Barbosa, nuestro nuevo director de OPAS, de la OPS, ¿no?, de Brasil, y también a la doctora Socorro Gross, que en este momento no pudo estar, ella la representante de OPS, OMS, aquí en Brasil. Mando saludos de los dos. Hoy comenzamos la segunda reunión de 2 reuniones que tuvimos esta semana. Hemos estado aquí con con muchos de ustedes en estos primeros 2 días, donde hemos trabajado sobre el tema regional, ¿no?, relacionado con biodiversidad, con conocimientos tradicionales, pero también todos estos temas que aquí han puesto sobre la mesa nuestras distinguidas colegas han salido, ¿no? Y yo creo que es importante explicar un poco por qué estamos aquí en Brasil y por qué estamos aquí en las Américas con esta reunión global. Nuestra región, obviamente las Américas, caracterizado por una diversidad enorme, una riqueza de biodiversidad, de culturas muy, muy importantes, pero también, ¿no?, con esta enorme deuda, ¿no?, la región más desigual del mundo. Eso es nuestras Américas también, ¿no?, justamente caracterizado por historias, ¿no?, que tiene que ver con el colonialismo, que tiene que ver, ¿no?, con la esclavitud. Todo esto está marcando el ahora de esta región, ¿no? Entonces, por eso también es tan importante que estamos aquí. En biodiversidad también, una de las regiones más ricas, ¿no? La medicina tradicional, el conocimiento ancestral aquí, lo hemos visto en todos estos 2 días y ustedes van a poder ver eso también en los días que vienen. Increíble, ¿no?, la riqueza y también la necesidad realmente de reconocerlo, de protegerlo y de llevarlo, ¿no?, al resto del mundo. También la propia trayectoria de la OPS, y creo que es importante decir también que el doctor Barbosa ha creado en su nueva gestión, el director regional, un nuevo departamento que junta los temas de equidad, los temas de género, de etnicidad, los temas de cambio climático, el tema de acceso a agua, promoción de la salud, determinantes sociales, los derechos laborales. Todos estos temas están juntos ahora en un departamento. Yo creo que también es algo muy importante porque nos permite como región, ¿no?, como organización, trabajar en los temas de forma coherente, ¿no?, para realmente hacer cambios, ¿no? ¿Y por qué Brasil? No, yo hice una broma hace 2 días, obviamente, por el agua, el mar bonito, las playas, pero no, mucho más importante es por la trayectoria. Por la trayectoria y por el momento actual en que vive Brasil, ¿no?, con el reconocimiento de la importancia de la biodiversidad, con el reconocimiento de los pueblos y de sus derechos y por la lucha para la equidad, para la igualdad. Esos son elementos muy importantes. Brasil y muchos que han venido de otras regiones saben que Brasil fue el país que empujó ahora en la Asamblea Mundial de la Salud en mayo una resolución sobre la salud de los pueblos indígenas. Esto ha marcado un cambio muy importante. En las Américas ya tuvimos, ¿no?, estrategias, planes, pero a nivel global faltaba. Ahora está. Y hemos acordado ya con varios de sus colegas de que Brasil va a estar empujando y liderando este proceso para el mundo. También Brasil va a tener la COP de cambio climático aquí en 2025. Brasil va a ser la presidencia de G20, ¿no?, ahora al final del año. Brasil va a ser la presidencia de BRICS, ¿no?, bueno, y también de ONU Sur, ¿no?, de los países aquí del sur de América Latina. Entonces, todos estos elementos hacen que Brasil debía ser el país donde tenemos que hacerlo. I'm going to speak a little bit in English, so those of you who have all those 24 and 30-hour flights can take off your headphones for a moment, and the other ones will have to put it on maybe. So in the 2 previous days that we were here with the colleagues from the Americas, and particularly with our indigenous populations and with our Afro-descendant populations, we learned so much. And this knowledge, we need to take that not only to this meeting, but also to India. We need to make the voices of this region, the knowledge that exists here, we need to bring that to the globe. Now there's this very important call for the recognition of the traditional medicine and the traditional knowledge as a science, as something that is needed for the world. That was very, very strong. And of course also the importance of biodiversity. Obviously, when we talk about traditional medicine, like we're going to do in India, the biodiversity is important for plants, for healing, but much more important, biodiversity is important for our collective existence. You know, how are we going to exist if we destroy all our plants, our forests, and we won't have access to clean air, to water, etc. So that is also very much, and it came very much to the front. Also, there was a very strong call for the importance of the coexistence of the different systems, health systems, to traditional health systems, the Occidental health systems, not just the integration, as I'm hearing a little bit coming from the rest of the world. This is not about integrating. This is about harmony. It is about coexistence. It's about complementing. It's about respect. So I think that is also came out very, very strongly. And also, we talk about traditional medicine, while we actually should be talking about the health, and not medicine to cure, but keeping our people and all of us healthy in the environment with the biodiversity that's needed for that. So just in closing, you know, I think the words that came out most from our meeting that I want to present here: respect, harmony, holistic approach, recognition, but also human rights. And very much the concept of equity, of really every human being having the right to health and well-being, and without exception. So I think these were some of the voices that came out of the Americas, of the traditional and the professional ancestral healers that are here amongst us. We've seen a fantastic ceremony. We have had the luxury of having this all through the 2 days. And the voice of those who really, for who biodiversity is not a luxury, but it's their life, it's their existence. So I think that was really, really important. I want to thank everybody who's here today, the ones who are already here with us for 2 days, and how now we're going to integrate the knowledge from the different parts of the world, and really bring, you know, what the absolute wealth of knowledge and intelligence and experience together here in this room, and also online with all the different people. And I didn't say hello, Maria, mi amiga. ¿Cómo estás? Thank you so much for being here with us, and wish us all a very successful 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eichmans. We are not only here in presence, and thank you again for coming, but we also are on live stream. So we have people watching us around the globe and on Zoom. And Maria, it's a pity that you couldn't be here with us today, but you're here not physically, but thank you for also joining online, and I know that spiritually you're here with us. So welcome, bienvenida, bem-vinda, and the word with you, Maria. She's the director of the Department of Public Health and Environment at WHO Geneva. Good morning.
Olá, Daniel. Buenos dias. Bom dia para todos. Um grande prazer estar com vocês. Eu fico muito triste que não posso estar em Rio de Janeiro, sentada aí com essas senhoras, essas mulheres incríveis que você, Daniel, está a liderar esse panel. Eu gostaria muitíssimo de estar sentada aí com eles, porque o que eu ouvi até agora é muito estimulante, dá muita inspiração, e fico ainda mais triste de não poder compartilhar não só o Rio de Janeiro e as praias do Rio de Janeiro, mas a companhia também de tantos amigos e tantas pessoas interessantes e que me vão inspirar tanto, que estão neste momento participando neste workshop. Como no tengo muchas veces la oportunidad, creo que voy a hablar en español, si me lo permiten. Esa es una lengua que más o menos domino bastante bien y que estoy encantada de poder utilizar con ustedes. Querida Gerry, querida doctora Ethel, querida doctora Raquel, qué palabras más estimulantes, qué palabras de tanto placer de saber que Brasil voltou para a escena internacional, ¿no? Es para los que seguimos la política a nivel internacional, para los que amamos mucho ese continente y ese país, pero lo vemos un poquito desde fuera, es realmente un placer enorme saber que Brasil está otra vez ocupando ese espacio tan interesante, tan abierto, tan creativo, con visión, con estrategia y realmente ocupándose de cuestiones tan importantes como la desigualdad o las cuestiones raciales o esa biodiversidad. Harry, mi queridísima amiga Harry, ya nos dio una visión geopolítica muy importante de cuál es la razón para organizar esta reunión, este workshop en Brasil, en Río de Janeiro. Creo que además de esa apertura política que vemos con tanta satisfacción en Brasil, creo que esos papeles tan importantes que va a tomar en el G20, las discusiones que están teniendo lugar en este momento para una resolución sobre pueblos indígenas, creo que este liderazgo que está tomando Brasil realmente merece que lo hiciéramos ahí. Y ahí me van a permitir agradecer muchísimo a Pajo. Han hecho milagros. Esta reunión parecía imposible desde el punto de vista logístico por los plazos tan cortos que teníamos. Cristina Romanelli nos convenció de la importancia de todo esto y tengo que decir que tanto Daniel como Harry, todos los colegas de Pajo han tomado este reto y lo han llevado adelante de una manera, estoy segura, muy satisfactoria. Por supuesto, un enorme agradecimiento también a Brasil, a Río de Janeiro por acoger esta reunión y por entender también la importancia crítica de la misma. Sé que lo que han discutido en estos 2 últimos días va a contribuir muchísimo en la preparación de lo que va a ser ese primer workshop de medicina tradicional. Creo que incorporar la biodiversidad, el conocimiento tradicional, lo que representan los pueblos indígenas y cómo ellos son los propietarios de ese conocimiento, que no podemos en ningún caso permitirnos ni obviar, ni no utilizarlo, y que realmente nos dará una mayor proyección si somos capaces de entender, de absorber ese conocimiento que por muchos años se ha acumulado y que de alguna manera ahora somos capaces de llegar a hacer inteligencia artificial, pero no somos capaces de usar nuestra propia inteligencia natural, la que nos ha dado nuestra intuición, la que nos han dado las tradiciones, los años y ese conocimiento de esos pueblos indígenas que ahora mismo son los gestores de ese 80% de la biodiversidad que aún queda en el planeta y que seríamos realmente como sociedad poco inteligentes si no supiéramos utilizarla. Así que creo que el aprovechar estos 2 días de conocimiento y lo que va a pasar a partir de ahora nos pone en una situación realmente de recuperar todo ese conocimiento para, apoyándonos en ese conocimiento, avanzar todavía mucho más y asegurarnos de que la biodiversidad, la salud y el bienestar puedan estar mucho más relacionados. Por cierto, já viram que nome tão lindo, não é? Este workshop, eu acho que as palavras que definem o título deste workshop é uma maravilha. A saúde, o well-being da população, a biodiversidade, como podemos utilizar esse conhecimento tradicional. Acho que não pode ser mais bonito. Neste momento que a gente está a falar, está-se a negociar um tratado pandêmico. Também, neste momento que estamos a falar, se está avançando com a preparação para a COP28, que vai falar de mudança climática e de quais são as decisões que os países vão tomar e que tanta influência vão ter a sociedade que vamos ser e a saúde das pessoas. Tudo isso está muito relacionado com o que a gente está a discutir aqui nesta reunião hoje e o que vai contribuir para a reunião da Índia de medicina tradicional. Está muito relacionado porque, como a gente falou ao início da pandemia, e fizemos uma recomendação, é um manifesto para a recuperação verde e saudável das populações. E a primeira prescrição que a gente fazia, eu acho que uma prescrição de sentido comum, não é? Era respeitar a biodiversidade, era parar de destruir os ecossistemas que nos dão de comer, de beber e de respirar. Se a gente não é capaz de, juntos, avançar nesse reconhecimento da importância da biodiversidade ecossistemas, do meio ambiente, não é? Como barreira fundamental também para nos proteger para as próximas pandemias. Então, é importante o que a gente está fazendo aqui para esse tratado pandêmico. Também como barreira de proteção, atacar as causas de mudança climática, porque também tem que ver com essa destruição do meio ambiente, também tem que ver como essa deforestação, como essa utilização dos combustíveis fósseis que a gente continua a queimar para produzir energia. Se não mudamos essa fonte de energia que estamos a usar, não vamos ser capazes de proteger as nossas populações, de criar um meio ambiente onde eles possam estar melhor protegidos e onde possam alcançar níveis mais altos de saúde. Então, eu acho que essa primeira recomendação, essa primeira prescrição, fica ainda muito importante. Esse conhecimento que vocês vão aportar agora vai dar essa barreira, esse muro verde que nos vai proteger para as próximas pandemias, que vai ter muita importância também as discussões sobre cambiamento, mudança climática, e que de alguma maneira, finalmente, vamos entender que se continuamos a guerra com a biodiversidade, com os ecossistemas, quem vai perder é a gente, não é o planeta, é a gente quem vai perder, e isso tem que se acabar. Então, fico muito orgulhosa de fazer parte deste painel. Também vos dizer que a maneira de inaugurar a conferência, meu Deus, eu participo em muitas reuniões, mas a cerimônia de hoje foi espetacular. Eu adorei, fiquei aí, mais uma vez, muito triste não poder compartilhar com todos vocês em presença, não é? Fico segura de que esta reunião com os participantes que temos, com a organização de Pajo e dos outros colegas, obrigada também a Cristina Romanelli pelo trabalho tão incrível para nos levar até aqui, os meus colegas de medicina tradicional, vocês vão ouvir mais sobre este workshop do próximo ano, e também sobre essa resolução de população indígena, que tenho certeza que vai ser uma implementação com a liderança do Brasil muito interessante. Mais nada que dizer, só que muitos êxitos nesta reunião. Muito obrigado mais uma vez ao Brasil e a Pajo pela colaboração. Muito obrigado também a esses participantes que viajaram desde muitos lugares do mundo, a essas populações indígenas tradicionais que com certeza vão a ter esse momento de que podamos ouvir a sua voz de uma maneira muito poderosa, não é? Que vamos a ser todos capazes de incorporar essa mensagem nas políticas e nas decisões importantes que se vão a tomar. Um grande abraço para todos, os meus amigos, a gente vai se encontrar em outro momento, e obrigadíssima pela participação e muitos sucessos para todos. Um abraço grande.
María, muchísimas gracias. Se siente tu energía, ¿no? Que ya nos ha emocionado a todos acá también. Así que muchas gracias. Te extrañamos, pero seguramente tendremos otros momentos juntos. Ahora,
Fíjenla con una caipirinha para mí, ¿tá?
Seguro. Muchas gracias. So now we ask our panel to please take their seats, where we can transition to a new part of the event. Thank you very much. It was really inspiring to hear your presentations. So now we'll transition to a new session. I'll invite Cristina Romanelli from WHO so she can take over and continue our workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and thank you, enormous thank you to the wonderful speakers that we had this morning, Doctora Maciel, Doctora Barros Oliveira, of course, Dr. Eichelmans, for always inspiring us. You've been a great inspiration for the past couple of days. And of course, Dr. Maria Neira. Some people in the room may not actually know this, but her intervention is especially meaningful because she has been a true warrior for tackling biodiversity loss and climate change for decades. And in fact, she was the catalyst in establishing a joint work program between the World Health Organization and the CBD Secretariat over 1 decade ago. She also is able to express these things with very powerfully in all languages. So thank you for inspiring us, Maria. And moving from one very remarkable female leader to another, it is now my great pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Shyama Kuruvilla. Do we have Shyama? It would be wonderful to see her here on the screen. Thank you very much, Dr. Kuruvilla, for joining us virtually. I know that you can hear us and that you are with us on Skype, and there you are. So Dr. Kuruvilla is the coordinator of the Global Center of Traditional Medicine and also of the summit that we have been talking about very much for the past 2 days and will be discussing at great length also for the next 2 days. So welcome, Dr. Kuruvilla. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Bom dia, muito obrigado. It is such an inspiration to be even virtually participating in this workshop in Brazil. Sorry, we could not be there in person, but I think the vibes are reaching globally. Thank you all so much. Christina, could I check if colleagues there could share the slides, or should I try doing it from?
We are asking the colleagues to share the slides, and they will be shared momentarily right there. So I don't know if you can see them on the screen.
I can.
Wonderful. So now we have your slides. Thank you.
Excellent. So as Christina said, the Global Summit on Traditional Medicine is going to be held on the 17th and 18th of August in India. And I think, as Dr. Eichmann said, the whole world is looking for inspiration from Brazil and your workshop in terms of learning and guiding the way forward. So I will provide a brief overview of the summit. And one of the first questions is, why is WHO doing this now? And one, as all of you have been talking, is that for billions of people over centuries, they have learned and understood and evolved the use of natural resources, of harmony, of individual societies and the planet. And for millions still, it is their first stop for their health and well-being. As Dr. Eichmann said, it's not just about medicine, but about living in a way that benefits people and the planet. And this is a resource that's developed from people within each country, and therefore should be viewed as a way that we connect our past, our present, and our future in a way that benefits all of us. Also now, we know that after the COVID pandemic, we are far behind our vision of health for all, of universal health coverage, of primary health care. And while we talk about indigenous knowledge, there are actually now accredited university courses where people learn about planetary health, about biodiversity, indigenous knowledge, and traditional medicine. And these sometimes are not integrated into our national health systems in an appropriate way. So the idea is not to push everything into the health system, but really as appropriate to have that complementary holistic approach. If we could just keep to the previous slide, please. Yes. Also, just to say that in the third column that you can see, that it's about science and medicine and how indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge has been at the forefront of even Nobel Prize winning science, for example, on artemisinin and others. And it's a way to make us evolve our research methods so that we learn to understand the world beyond randomized controlled trials or just biomedical pharmaceutical research methods. But having talked about that, there are multi-billion-dollar industries growing around natural resources. So they're largely unregulated. We talked about the need for equitable sharing of benefits, of rights, and this needs to be addressed. And as we've already discussed, in the alignment with planetary health, with One Health, this is a moment people are paying attention to this, and we could learn a lot from this workshop. And ultimately, just to say, just like the Convention on Biological Diversity, there is also the COP, of course, but in many other areas, linked resolutions, declarations, high-level political commitments. So it's a moment that all of this can come together. Next slide, please. This is just to say that there's a long history in every region of the world, and some practices or products have gone from being very local to big global phenomena. Next slide. So the WHO Traditional Medicine Center came about in a discussion with the WHO Director General Tedros, with Prime Minister Modi of India, which has the G20 presidency this year. And
Shyama,
it's very...
we can no longer hear you, unfortunately. Oh. Are you still with us?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. It had gone silent momentarily, so maybe if we can pick up from this slide again so we can hear you once more.
Okay. You can hear me now, Christina?
It is very, very low. Is there a way to increase the volume to our IT colleagues, perhaps?
So let me continue speaking, and hopefully we can adjust. Okay. So just to say that the WHO Director General and Prime Minister Modi, to scale up WHO's capacities in this area, set up a global center for traditional medicine in India, and the first global summit in WHO's 75th anniversary year, India's G20 presidency, which will then be taken forward in Brazil next year. Next slide, please. The summit will be well aligned with these WHO well-being frameworks, which are looking at moving and starting with the nurture from planet Earth and ecosystems to having societies based on well-being of the planet and of its people. And that we have to change the way that societies are oriented, that it's about economies and societies that promote equity, that value human health and well-being and diversity and biological diversity, and not about the ultimate goal being economic development. Next slide, please. And this thinking is very much aligned with India's G20 presidency, where the themes are about the interconnectedness of life, about universal holistic health, about clean energy, about biodiversity, and about connecting what we know in science with what we've learned over the centuries from indigenous knowledge. Next slide, please. So the participation at the summit, and from all regions, our regional offices have nominated and talked with countries about representation. It is a smaller in-person summit with about 550 participants.
Sorry,
However,
Shyama, if you can hear
yeah,
me, I'm very, very sorry for the interruption. We could hear you as barely a whisper, and it appears that our translators are unable to hear you. So I think is everything okay from your side? Because it had started loud, clearly, beautifully, and then it suddenly, just for the past few slides.
maybe I'll try and sign back in.
Okay. Okay, because this is very important. Everybody here is very excited and very much looking forward to hearing more about the Traditional Medicine Summit. If Dr. Kuruvilla you can still hear us, you'll be happy to know that we have received many questions, because I think everybody here in the room over the past couple of days has really made an effort to try to bring together their knowledge and make meaningful recommendations that will go to the first WHO summit on traditional medicine. So I'm going to give it a moment. Hopefully, Dr. Kuruvilla has signed back in.
I have, Christina, and can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just want a note from translators, interpreters. I have thumbs up from interpreters. Can I suggest everyone put on their headphones, because you can turn the volume up high, and that way you'll get the full impact and effect of the presentation. Thank you. Sorry for that interruption. Shyama, if you can go back to this slide. Thank you.
And Christina, just in case my sound cuts off, you know this presentation well. Could I ask you to continue if it cuts off again?
Yes, if need be, I would be happy to continue. And in any case, we will come back to the format of the Traditional Medicine Summit. Absolutely.
Okay. And so just to say that for those of you who cannot be in India, please join us online. The whole summit will be live cast. The next slide, please. So I will just give you a brief overview of the format. This is going to be held alongside the G20 ministerial meeting. It's on the 17th and 18th of August, just about less than 3 weeks away. There will be technical sessions. There will also be a Global Summit exhibition where we will have showcase what we have learned from indigenous knowledge and traditional medicine around the world, from each WHO region. And like this biodiversity workshop, we will have other pre-summit workshops that will inform the action agenda moving forward. Next slide, please. And this is just a highlight of the agenda, that the whole session, the whole summit will be framed around planetary health and well-being. We have country data, global evidence, digital health frontiers, but also the safeguards, how we bring this together in terms of integrative health and well-being for all people at all ages, and then the summit declaration, which we hope will be informed by your workshop. And then we have a series of parallel technical sessions. The first on the science of what we know and how do we learn more. the second on workforce, the development, education, regulation, data and information systems, also innovation, and then the policy, legal, regulatory landscapes, including rights and biodiversity as well. And as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a G20 presidency invited ministerial dialogue, which is going to be on planetary health and the contributions of indigenous knowledge and traditional medicine. So you can see that this workshop you're having will have a star role throughout the summit. And I really want to thank all our colleagues here today from PAHO, from WHO, and a special thanks to Christina. And this is going to be the location of the summit, and we look forward to working with all of you in person and online. So I'll hand back to you, Christina, now.
Thank you very, very much, Shyama. Actually, your presentation in the end was very, very loud and clear. The moment you said, Christina, you can continue this presentation if you don't hear me, it suddenly got loud again. I think someone from IT is conspiring against me here. No, just kidding, but no, it was very clear. Thank you so much. It really was a brilliant overview, and I think it really has no doubt inspired us all to continue on this rich exchange of experience and practice, and to bring the rich diversity of knowledge in this room to India next month. You know, it really is such an honor to have the opportunity to say a few words on the interlinkages between biodiversity and health in this beautiful setup, which is particularly evocative, not only because Brazil is such a large, mega-diverse country beaming with biodiversity, with traditional knowledge, with biocultural diversity, not only for the important trajectory Dr. Jerry was describing earlier, but also because it is in this same country, and my colleague Daniel Boos will remember this, but specifically in Manaus, in which WHO and CBD hosted our very first joint capacity building workshop on biodiversity and health 12 years ago. So I thank our wonderful host country for its continued leadership at this nexus. And before I jump into just couple of quick points on biodiversity and health, quiero empezar con inmensa gratitud a toda la gente que nos ha seguido, a todos nuestros hermanos, nuestras hermanas que están aquí y que han compartido con nosotros en estos últimos 2 días. A ustedes que nos han dado esta hermosa ceremonia esta mañana, que nos ha inspirado realmente a todos. And a very warm thank you to each and every one of you who have traveled far and wide to be here with us as we continue this dialogue, this conversation, and continue to share on experiences on biodiversity, traditional knowledge, and well-being. It really has been a very rich dialogue on these essential elements that really form the fabric of life and really sustain our collective health and well-being. I don't want to take up too much time to discuss the interlinkages. I already did that yesterday, actually, when I started to discuss those, and everyone was very patient. But I do want to share maybe just one slide. I don't know if IT has it. Only one slide, which I will speak to. There it is. Can we make it big, 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 big? Thank you very much. So this is the only image that I want to share. And the one that you see here is from the State of Knowledge Review on Biodiversity and Health that had been jointly published between WHO and the CBD in 2015. It was the culmination of 3 years of work and has a wonderful chapter on traditional knowledge and traditional medicine. And we are very pleased to have with us here Dr. Unni, who will be presenting later and who played a pivotal role in actually bringing that together. And I show you this one because I'd mentioned it briefly yesterday, but because the key messages that it contained and the various interconnections that are displayed here with our health, our livelihoods, and well-being continue to be at least as important today as they were in 2015 when they were published. Just looking at the various thematic areas that are addressed in this simple infographic shows how our planet's biodiversity at the genetic, species, and ecosystem levels are the foundation of health and well-being, but also deeply linked to the issues that the panel was discussing this morning, to issues of equity, to issues of social justice. Because Indigenous people, Afro-descendants, are often those least responsible for biodiversity loss, often those least protected by social protection mechanisms. And they also suffer disproportionately the impacts of biodiversity loss. So let's just talk about these interlinkages just for a second, because I want us all to feel this same sense of urgency and importance. In addition to all the regulating and cultural services that biodiversity provides, we've known for millennia that healthy ecosystems teeming with diverse plant and animal species provide us with essential resources that keep us alive, that keep us healthy, nutritious food, fresh water, clean air, shelter, energy, and of course, medicines. And not only is biodiversity the foundation of traditional medicine, it's also the basis for the overwhelming majority of biomedical discovery. As an example, about 70% of cancer drugs used globally today are derived from biodiversity, including plants and marine organisms found in biodiverse environments. We have to acknowledge, however, when we think about this, that this would not be possible were it not for the insights transmitted from generation to generation from our traditional knowledge holders. Indigenous people and Afro-descendants within and outside of this room hold a very deep, intimate understanding of surrounding ecosystems and the medicinal properties of plants within them. Their traditional knowledge passed down through generations forms a vital part of their cultural heritage and contributes significantly to providing healthcare services worldwide. In fact, as many of you know, they're the basis of primary health care across countless communities worldwide that would otherwise not have any access to health care. We've also seen over the past 2 days, for example, that in the Amazon rainforest, where approximately 16,000 species of trees exist, Indigenous knowledge has been key to identifying and utilizing medicinal plants to both treat, but importantly, prevent disease through a multiplicity of diverse but holistic worldviews. The Indigenous knowledge that you share of sustainable harvesting and use of natural resources ensures that medicinal plants, animals, and the broader ecosystems of which they're a part can and must be conserved for present and future generations alike. For instance, the Sami people in Scandinavia have a long tradition of sustainable reindeer herding, which not only helps maintain the delicate balance of their ecosystem, but also contributes to the overall well-being and cultural identity. Beyond medicinal benefits, biodiversity plays a fundamental role in providing diverse and nutritious diets. We talked a little bit about those over the past few days, and I look forward to delving deeper, more deeply into this subject over the next 2 days. Already in 400 BC, Hippocrates is often quoted to have said, "Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food." A reality that is as relevant today as it was when it was said 25 centuries ago. And if we delve further back, I am sure there are indigenous communities that had said it even before then. But even today, biodiversity is the pillar of food and agriculture, with over 90% of the world's food coming from only 30 plant species, from thousands that had been used throughout the course of human history. Now let's think about that for a moment. This dwindling basket of genetic diversity in our diets evokes the need to preserve diverse crop varieties as a means to strengthen food security, to strengthen nutrition, to strengthen health. In fact, a rich variety of plant and animal species often offers a wide range of nutrients that are essential for human health. But as we continue to lose this biodiversity in our food systems, we are seeing an increase in nutrient deficiencies and diet-related diseases, which, as we'd mentioned, in 2017 alone, amounted to over 10 million adults. And why? In part also because the decline of traditional crop varieties has resulted in reduced dietary diversity and a higher prevalence in all forms of malnutrition. And that's not just for the Americas. That is in every single region of the world. At the same time, according to estimates of the IPBES, again with the acronyms, yes, so that would be the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, we are losing species at 1,000 times the natural rate, putting 1 million plant and animal species on the brink of extinction, including many that are essential to our health and well-being. In fact, I would argue they all are. Additionally, the loss of biocultural diversity threatens indigenous cultures and traditional practices, which hold vital knowledge for sustainable living. We also know that land degradation caused by human activity means $577 billion every single year are at risk from pollinator loss alone. And between 100 and 300 million people are at increased risks of floods, of hurricanes, because of the loss of coastal habitats and protection. Why am I talking about all of these things? Why am I not just talking about medicines, traditional medicines? I'm talking about nutrition. I'm talking about floods, hurricanes, food security, because of course, it's all part of biodiversity and that same holistic view that I hope will guide our thinking, will guide our recommendations as we move forward in our discussions over the next 2 days. We had already noted the immensity of the global health burden caused by air, water, and soil pollution and unhealthy diets, and that 1 in every 4 premature deaths results from entirely preventable environmental factors. So why do we need to work together? Why do we need these recommendations? Because we need you to help us to be more sustainable, to achieve that health and well-being we are all striving towards. Those of you that know me know that I could go on for hours because I am very passionate about this subject, but I will spare you the agony of having to listen to me, because what you have to say is far more important than anything I have to say. But I did want to maybe use this by way of introduction to the next speaker. Biodiversity, of course, being central to this global workshop, it's something that we've talked about for a really long time. And the CBD, with its 3 objectives of conserving biodiversity, promoting sustainable use, and ensuring the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from its use, and the newly adopted Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework really do provide a crucial blueprint, if we will, for global collaboration to safeguard our health and well-being moving forward. The Nagoya Protocol, which we'd also touched upon in the past few days, a supplementary agreement to the convention, establishes a process for access and benefit sharing from genetic resources and traditional knowledge, seeking to ensure that the contributions of indigenous and local communities are recognized and valued. And to speak more to these absolutely critical dimensions that will inform our thinking, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Tauko Shikongo, who is the head of the Access and Benefit Sharing Unit at the CBD Secretariat, the Convention on Biological Diversity, to kick us off on the opportunities traditional knowledge and biodiversity provide to sustain health, traditional medicine, and well-being. Dr. Shikongo, please be welcome. Sorry, maybe just a little note to the IT before Mr. Shikongo begins. Do you have his PowerPoint presentation, which can be projected? Wonderful.
Right. Good morning to you all. It's a great privilege and honor for the CBD Secretariat to be here this morning to address you at this August gathering. I was already introduced to you, and can I have the next slide, please? Next slide. Oh, is it me that has to move it here? Okay, thank you. We will be speaking on the Nagoya Protocol mostly, but I have a slide on indigenous knowledge systems, and my colleague who will be speaking later virtually will take it further, and then I'll focus on the Nagoya Protocol, the global biodiversity framework, and within that take a snapshot into Goal C, Target 13, and then conclude. Next slide. This whole debate starts because of different worldviews or value perspectives, which are quite clearly outlined in the IBBS report, and which were also discussed in the discussion or negotiations of the global biodiversity framework. When one looks at values, values links to beliefs and links to culture, and that then positions you as you go into the world and what you come to experience the world as. So the IBS report says that there are those on the planet who have the value perspective of loving of nature. They view nature as something to use. I love of nature, and it is anthropocentric towards prosperity and has a lack orientation. There is lack, and therefore I need to take that. Then there is that perspective of those who live with nature, and that is bio-ecocentric, and it's a stewardship, or there is enough for everyone. Then living in nature, it's for those who views the world as I am in nature, or living as nature, which is a pluricentric or cosmocentric, living in harmony and peace with nature. Each of us can find ourselves within that, and that particular perspective of worldview or value perspective will determine your emotions, feelings, thoughts, and behavior on this planet. I will stop there, and my colleague will then speak later on that in the morning. And this is the CBD 3. And to position that, we had the slide just now from my colleague Christina. And in 1987, there was the Brundtland report that positioned a problem globally. The oceans were being exploited, land was degraded and losing its productivity, the climate was changing, overconsumption and all of that, and it led to the UN Conference on Environment Development in Rio, in this country. And in that conference, a number of treaties, organizations, or conventions were agreed upon. One of them is the CBD. And the CBD has as its objective to conserve biodiversity, biodiversity being defined as the entire variety of life that we see on this planet, from species to genes and ecosystems together. And the objectives are to conserve it, to use it sustainably, and if it is used, that the benefits that are generated are shared equitably and fairly. And as it was being implemented, another issue arose: living modified organisms and their impact on animal health, plant health, and human health was being considered. And parties again went to the table and then agreed in January 2000 on the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. And then in 2010, after a long process of negotiations, the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing came into being. And at the same time, also the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on, again, that is linked to the biosafety issues. Their issue of life is diverse, and challenges continue to emerge. We don't know what the next. The CBD has a equity relationship in that conservation of biodiversity and its sustainable use of its components will contribute to the generation or is linked to access to genetic resources for those who would like to use it, and in exchange for fair and equitable sharing of the benefits derived from their utilization. The focus is on equity and fairness and not necessarily on equality. Now, why were the rules on access and benefit sharing necessitated within the convention? There were those that can be termed as providers of genetic resources, and that access to those resources should be maintained, and they had needs. And then there was that equity issue that is linked to the users that may want to have access to genetic resources either for biotechnology, and then they create intellectual property rights and benefits. And if that balance is disturbed, loss of biological diversity may result. Now, the CBD has got an Article 15, which hinges around 5 main principles. The first principle is that each and every party has sovereign rights over their genetic resources and therefore can determine access to those resources. And each state, therefore, then agrees to facilitate access to genetic resources to those who would like to use those resources. And that such access will then involve fair and equitable sharing of benefits based on mutually agreed terms and prior informed consent, especially if there are indigenous and local communities involved in the equation. The CBD also has got a number of articles that relates to benefit sharing. That is Article 15, 8, 16, and 19. And the main requirements regarding benefits from biodiversity when it is used are as follows. In so doing, there will be research and development results that must be shared. There may be access to and transfer of technologies using genetic resources. There may be commercial or other benefits derived from use, and they must also be shared. And then there is participation in biotechnical research on the genetic resources, as well as the priority access to results and benefits arising from biotechnology or biotechnical reuse. And then the last one is traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources. Article 8J that states that parties should or will promote, preserve, and encourage the use of traditional knowledge, innovation practices of local and indigenous communities in as far as it relates to the conservation of biodiversity. Now, why then was it necessitated to have a protocol or an internationally legal binding instrument on access and benefit sharing? After the CBD came into force, parties realized that the CBD provisions on access and benefit sharing were not fully being implemented. There were cases of misappropriation of not only genetic resources, but also the traditional knowledge that is linked to those resources. And that called for the need for legal certainty, transparency, and clarity as to what is this access and benefit sharing for providers, because they are the concern to ensure benefits sharing once genetic resources have left that providing country, and for the users in terms of need for clear procedures when accessing genetic resources to avoid then being accused of misappropriation of genetic resources and the knowledge that is associated with it. And at that point, the parties agreed to the Bonn guidelines, and these were guidelines to assist countries or parties in what they need to do to grant access, to ensure compliance, and to ensure that benefits are shared. And as I said, it was then seen that it's not working because it was voluntary. And in the World Summit in Johannesburg, WSSD, there they agreed that there was need for a legally binding instrument. And so came into being the Nagoya Protocol. which has got the objective of the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources. It's got 4 principles. There is access, there is transfer of technology, there is funding, and there is rights over resources and technologies. And all of that contributes to the conservation of biodiversity and the sustainable use of its components. What is the scope of this instrument? It has it includes genetic resources and the associated traditional knowledge, and then the benefits that are derived from the use of those 2 components. And it sits on 3 pillars, or which we call the ABC of access and benefit sharing. Access: users that are seeking access to genetic resources must get permission through prior informed consent from the party that is providing that resource. And then benefit sharing: the provider and user must negotiate an agreement to share benefits that result from the use of that genetic resource. And then compliance: the protocol creates obligations to comply with national legislation and mutually agreed terms, as well as to monitor the utilization of genetic resources as they move along the various checkpoints. If we zoom into what could be seen as the access to genetic resources requirements, it starts off with that there is the sovereign rights over natural resources, and therefore countries or parties can then put in place domestic legislation or regulatory measures as to how that access will be done. Then prior informed consent of the providing party, in the case whether it's a country of origin or a party that has acquired the resource in accordance with the CBD, because you may have something in Brazil, but Brazil is not the country of origin for that, and again, then prior informed consent must be given. And we must ensure that prior informed consent or approval and involvement of indigenous people and local communities is obtained also. If you look into prior informed consent, there will be the measures that will provide legal certainty and clarity and transparency, the rules and procedures that they are fair and on mutually agreed terms. And then there is the information that is needed for the provider and the user, how to apply for PIC and the criteria that will be used, and then eventually the decision to give or to grant access or not. And then that has to be notified. Once a decision has been taken, it has to be notified on the ABS clearinghouse mechanism that is housed by the Secretariat. And that clearinghouse mechanism has all the information from the parties as to what are the requirements that they have if you would like to have access to their resources and knowledge. With regard to benefit sharing, the sources of benefits are threefold. It comes from the use of or utilization of genetic resources, and we use the word utilization because it is defined in the protocol. Then subsequent applications may also trigger benefits and commercialization. And the types of benefits that are being spoken about, there are monetary benefits and non-monetary benefits, and they are to be shared with a party providing the resource, which can be the country of origin or a party that's acquired the resources in accordance with the CBD, and that will be done through legislative, administrative, or policy measures based on mutually agreed terms. Compliance is simply with the domestic legislation or requirements at national level, with the provisions of the protocol, and with the terms, mutually agreed terms between the parties. To date, we've got 140 parties that have signed up or ratified the protocol. So the green is the Nagoya Protocol parties. The lime green is those parties that have signed the protocol, and the ones in white are parties that are only party to the CBD and not to the Nagoya Protocol. And this gives you sort of a historic look of the protocol. Was adopted in COP10 in Japan in 2010. The first meeting of the parties was then in 2015, after 50 countries have deposited the instrument of ratification. It came into force. It's now almost 12 years, and we have now 140 parties that took part. Actually, the parties are now, when COP 15 took place, we had 139 parties, and of this year, we've got 140 parties. Now, I'm switching over to the major outcomes from the COP15 that we had last year in Montreal. We've got the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which contains what the parties believe should be done over by 2050 if we are to conserve biodiversity and use it sustainably. And then there is a monitoring framework of how to monitor the progress, and then mechanism for planning, monitoring, and reporting and review by the parties, and resource mobilization, capacity building, development, technical cooperation, as well as interesting decision on digital sequence information on genetic resource. Because today, we have the capacity to sequence all the genetic information or data of an genetic resource and put that into a database. And parties have, since 2016 in Cancun, been looking at, should the benefits from, if you use that data or digital sequence information, should you share the benefits? And in COP15, they have agreed that benefits should be shared. That is the framework. There on the far left, you'll see that it was based on the EPBES assessment on where we are now currently, demographics, economics, and then institutions, as well as then looking at the direct drivers. Those are the indirect drivers, the direct drivers, the current status, and then the mission and means of implementation for the global biodiversity framework with its targets and goals, and then the vision, which is living in harmony with nature by 2050. If we look at the goals, there are three, and or actually there are four. So there is goal A, about ecosystem that they are maintained and enhanced. There is goal B, that biodiversity is used, and goal C, that benefits are shared, and goal D, that the biodiversity funding gap of $700 billion is closed by ensuring adequate means of implementation are available. And so the framework has got 23 targets that can be put into three groups as outlined there in that slide. I'll quickly look into goal 3, target 13. I mixed up the word, it's goal 3. If we unpack that goal, it says that one, monetary and non-monetary benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources, the utilization of DSI, and utilization of traditional knowledge associated with the genetic resources are shared fairly and equitably between providers and users, with a special focus on indigenous people and local communities, that they are amongst the primary beneficiaries of benefits arising from such use. And this is to ensure that benefits are substantially increased by 2050, ensuring that the traditional knowledge is appropriately protected, and that benefits contribute to conservation and use of biodiversity. And the above is to be achieved by means of regulation through internationally agreed benefit sharing instruments. If we look at target 13, that relates to benefit sharing, parties or governments globally are required to take effective legal, policy, administrative, and capacity building measures at all levels as appropriate to ensure the fair, unequitable sharing of benefits that arise again from the use of genetic resources, from digital sequence information, as well as traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources. And that through that, also to facilitate appropriate access to genetic resources, because without facilitating that access, benefits cannot be generated, and therefore benefits cannot be shared. And that by 2030, facilitating a significant increase of the benefits that have been shared. In means of conclusion, you have been speaking about traditional knowledge, biodiversity, and its link to medicine, both traditional and modern medicine. And with this presentation, we are closing the gap and saying that all of that will generate benefits. And those benefits must be considered and shared fairly and equitably with all involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Taoku. That was exceptional. I think this one deserves 2 rounds of applause because this is so foundational. I think you have done a remarkable job at guiding us through the history of the convention, talking about both protocols. So we have the protocol for biosafety, getting into the details of the Nagoya Protocol, talking about the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, related decision making, including digital sequencing information, which on its own is a whole landmine. I think there is so much to unpack here. And so much value in having this discussion. So, Taoko, thank you very, very much for being here. Please don't leave right away. I know that we are a little bit behind schedule, but I also know the absolute crucial importance of this topic. So I would like to at least give you an opportunity, if Taoko will allow, to ask 1 or 2 questions, because I know that some of the elements of the Nagoya Protocol in particular, please let's not get into DSI, because I don't think we're going to make any recommendations on digital sequencing information. But so if there are any questions, please do ask them now. And they can be controversial, they can be, you know, they can help to catalyze some of the discussion in this room. So do we have any? I see one over there. I will bring you a microphone. I will leave this one to you. This one's for you.
Ok. Gracias, buen día. Soy Cecilio Solí Librado, copresidente de la Red de Conocimiento Indígena y Reducción de Riesgos de México. Y bueno, como red tenemos presencia en América. Muchísimas gracias, doctor, por el recorrido tan fantástico que nos ha llevado en un resumen extraordinario desde Río hasta Nagoya y para terminar en Kunming, Montreal. Es evidente que el tema de distribución de beneficios, sin entrar a DSI, porque es complejísimo, debe pasar necesariamente por considerar a los pueblos indígenas. Primero. Segundo, no podemos ni debemos quedarnos con la legislación nacional, porque en varios países los pueblos indígenas ni siquiera están reconocidos. Y si bien en algunos ya se han reconocido, los derechos no son implementados. Luego, tenemos que considerar también como marco preferencial y como derecho de avanzada el tema de la Declaración de Naciones Unidas sobre los Derechos de los Pueblos Indígenas, el Convenio 169 de la Organización Internacional del Trabajo, entre otros derechos conquistados, en donde el tema del consentimiento libre, previo e informado y culturalmente adecuado de los pueblos indígenas debe de ser supremo. Esto es, pasar necesariamente por las pláticas, por las reuniones con los pueblos indígenas de acuerdo a nuestras formas de organización y toma de decisiones. Y no únicamente la distribución de beneficios debe de referirse al tema económico, sino también a la propiedad intelectual de los mismos, en donde aquí hermanas y hermanos han expuesto todo ese conocimiento más allá de lo tangible y que se puede ver en la misma ceremonia de apertura. Muchísimas gracias y nuevamente felicidades. Gracias.
Before you answer, Tauko, I will see if there is maybe another question and we can group the questions. We have another, would that be okay, or would you prefer to go one by one? Okay, wonderful. Oh, I'm sorry. Perdón. Sí, sí. Yo también.
Buenos días. Estoy muy preocupado por la exposición de usted, de cómo tienen el conocimiento de los pueblos y nacionalidades, pero estoy con un vacío. Yo no conocía de esto. Y creo que las discusiones se montan sin tomar en cuenta a las personas que estamos viviendo en el territorio. Esa es mi inquietud que me queda y en estos días estoy encontrando cosas nuevas para nosotros los pueblos que están muy adelantadas, entre comillas, por los gobiernos, pero que no ha llegado el conocimiento a nuestras comunidades. No sé entonces cómo se va a hacer esta cumbre para poder garantizar la participación activa de nuestros pueblos en la toma de decisiones.
Aquí tenemos a otro.
Muy buenos días a todos. Dale la bienvenida a los delegados de los pueblos originarios del mundo. De mi parte también me da una preocupación y una inquietud de que todos estos protocolos firmados a nivel mundial, ojalá que tengan en cuenta los derechos territoriales y la biodiversidad de los pueblos originarios, que son tan diversos cada pueblo en el mundo. Porque si uno no firma para todos, no va a funcionar. Si tienen en cuenta la diversidad de conocimiento de los pueblos y la protección territorial de los pueblos originarios, ahí sí vamos a trabajar conjuntamente. Esa es mi pregunta.
Muchas gracias por su pregunta. I know that we have one more question here, so we will take this question. I'm very sorry, Tauko. I know this is a lot. This is the last question that we will take for now, and we will come back to the subject of access and benefit sharing in one of the sessions in the afternoon.
Thank you, Doctor, for such an informative session. And in fact, it's an eye-opener for all the countries that they must adhere to the Nagoya Protocol to protect the environment and the biodiversity. My question is this, does implementing of this binding protocol of Nagoya apart from digital sequencing information, the UN has the UN given any financial support providing to the countries which are whose economics are less they're not as strong in economically. Okay, so do they have any kind of programs or any sessions or any workshops being run to implement this protocol, or it's just on the paper, in fact, or just by the government they have to take care themselves, or does the UN have any such programs, sir? As you spoke that some of the countries are yet not the members of this protocol, probably they might not adhere to it, or they're not respecting, in fact. Yeah. So is there anything, sir?
Thank you. When I looked at the issues raised, they are more of a commentary nature, and I'll also address them the questions. The first speaker spoke about indigenous peoples as rights holders, and the CBD is the UN agency where we see the greatest participation of indigenous people and local communities, and where a whole program is dedicated for them. Just over, I think, 2 weeks ago, there was a meeting here in Brazil, an ad hoc technical expert group that were looking at the next program of work regarding Article 8J of the Convention, and as part of the coming Biodiversity framework. And in November, later this year, the Article 8J working group will have its first meeting, where many of these issues will be discussed. You mentioned that the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Yes, we are aware of that, as well as ILO. And you spoke about free prior informed consent. You'll see that we were only referring to prior informed consent. The free prior informed consent will come in the case of traditional knowledge. In the case of genetic resources, prior informed consent will then be effective. You refer to the issues of intellectual property rights protection. And yes, we are aware that the indigenous knowledge, innovations, and practices of indigenous peoples and local communities is of such a nature that it is linked to ancestors, and it's therefore not held by individuals, but it is held by individuals in trust for that entire community, and therefore very difficult to protect. And there has been reference to sui generis legislation, new legislation to be developed for that particular area, and that is taking place in WIPO. They are discussing that. Within the CBD, we do refer to customary laws, codes of conduct, and protocols or community protocols that they can be brought forward as instruments at national level to assist in that regard. You spoke about the tangible and intangible nature of the knowledge held by communities, and that brings them to the fore UNESCO. I would say, to summarize your question, is to say that there are many international instruments that deals with this issue, and it is important to keep them in mind as we go through this journey. Moving to the next range of question, it was more a concern that in this presentation a lot of new knowledge was shared, and that should have been shared broader. And so the last slide contains the website of the CBD and also the clearinghouse mechanism. That is the website of the Nagoya Protocol, where we give out a lot of information. And just this morning, there is my team is having a webinar to present information to the users out there on these issues. So information sharing is important. Public education and outreach and awareness creation is important, and it's part of our work. And we have many resources online and else how to for in that regard. Then there was a question about the diversity of people and the territorial extension of the peoples across the planet, and that brings to the fore the issue of geographical origin and endemism of genetic resources, and therefore the knowledge that links to that. It must be considered, because in some cases you have a genetic resource that occurs transboundary in 3 or 4 countries in a region, but not elsewhere. And in some cases you've got a particular resource in a particular country, in a specific community, and only they know how to use that particular resource. What happens in those cases? Implementation support. The Convention on Biodiversity has the Global Environment Facility as its financial mechanism, and that mechanism is also the mechanism for the Nagoya Protocol. And it is interesting to note that for the Global Biodiversity Framework, a new fund has been proposed, and also on DSI, a fund is being proposed, and capacity building and technology transfer and cooperation, or scientific and technical cooperation, is an important element of that. For Nagoya Protocol, we've got a capacity building framework that is currently being revised, and that which will be then agreed upon in COP16 in next year. So there is a lot of resources out there, financial and otherwise, and the other UN agencies such as UNDP and UNEP also sometimes have projects that relates or that help to support some of the provisions of both the convention and its protocols. And to conclude, what the Secretariat is now doing is, with regard to the global Biodiversity framework that has been agreed upon, we are organizing regional dialogues, because every country is required to have a national biodiversity strategy and action plan. In that plan, they have to then say, from these targets, what will be the national targets? Who are the stakeholders? How do we engage them? How do we get the ministries of finance, ministries of planning to be involved in this process, so that biodiversity and all that relates to it becomes mainstream at national level, regional level, and global levels, because the framework itself is global. The first series of these dialogues will be taking place in Manila next month. And with regard to NBSAP, from the protocol's perspective, we would like, or we are encouraging parties to ensure that ABS and or the protocols rather are integrated and mainstreamed in the national biodiversity action plans. And with that, all stakeholders that have an impact, or rather impact upon by these instruments, should be consulted at national level. So the information at national level are to be found with your national focal points. There is a national focal point for the Convention on Biodiversity. There is a national focal point for the Nagoya Protocol, and there is a national focal point for the Biodiversity Protocol. That list is, or the details are available on our website, and each of you are then welcome to look at that, so that the information asymmetry that exists can be minimized. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much for that, Tauko, and thank you actually for to everyone for all of the questions that you had on the floor. There is no question that the Nagoya Protocol and issues around access and benefit sharing are extremely complex. It's not something that can be easily addressed in a 15-minute presentation. I think what you've done was remarkable. You've covered so much ground and actually very eloquently answered the questions. I can certainly vouch for the fact that of all the UN agencies, the one in which we do see the most participation of indigenous and local communities within their fora, it is most certainly through the Convention on Biological Diversity. And it's precisely because biodiversity, because traditional knowledge, it cannot be disassociated from indigenous and local communities. And it's also the only mechanism, please correct me if I'm wrong, Tauko, that I am aware of. It is not a perfect mechanism. It is very complicated. And I'm sure we can't get into the details of that in great detail today, although it is a continued and ongoing conversation. But to my knowledge, it is the only mechanism that actually seeks to provide some sort of compensation to indigenous communities for the for knowledge and a sharing of benefits for knowledge that is associated with including traditional knowledge with the use of genetic resources. So it is not perfect, but it is a mechanism where there was nothing before it. So I think it is actually a significant way forward. Now I realize that I am the only thing standing between you and this coffee break. So I invite you to please join us for coffee. We can continue the chatter, and we look forward to welcoming our next panel shortly. Yes, please, of course.
You have asked that I add to what you've said. You're correct in that the CBD in 1992 had benefit sharing in there in Article 8J. And then came under FAO is the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources. And they also have benefit sharing as part of them. Of course, we've got WHO. You also have your benefit sharing arrangements. I think there's the PIP framework or so. So there are many, and we try to work with all, because in the end, life is built upon diversity. What makes us strong is not how similar we are, but how different we are. Thank you.
I love that. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Tauko, for that inspirational close. Now, please, let's enjoy the diversity on the table in the next room. Oh my God. Because we're a little bit behind schedule, we beg your indulgence to be back here within 10 minutes. We have so many exciting things to share, so I'm sure you'll be very happy to be back in less than 10 minutes even. Dear colleagues, I know this is a very exciting time to have coffee, to get to know each other, but I am going to invite you to please come back in the room. Le invitamos a regresar aquí en la sala, por favor, porque tenemos mucho, mucho que hablar, todos juntos. Por favor. Bienvenidos. Welcome back, everyone. Gracias por haber regresado en esta sala. We now have a very exciting recap presentation. So it has been a very exciting 2 days with in a very interactive, rich dialogue with all of our wonderful indigenous people from the Americas regions. And there is so much to share. And so I would like to invite my colleague, Daniel Bus, to come up here, as well as Jesus Guadalupe Fuentes, to come up and discuss the excitement of the past 2 days.
Thank you, Christina. ¿Qué hacemos en español quizás? Cambiamos un poco de idioma. Bien. No, gracias. Bueno, hoy empezamos el taller global, ¿no? De biodiversidad, conocimientos tradicionales, salud y bienestar. Pero estuvimos los últimos 2 días anteriores discutiendo los insumos regionales para el taller global, además de discutir la estrategia y plan de acción sobre etnicidad y salud de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud. Entonces aquí ustedes pueden ver algunas fotos de nuestros participantes de esos 2 días anteriores. Empezamos con todos los días, ¿no? Con ceremonias tradicionales como esa, ¿no? Que nos ha dado mucha energía, mucho conocimiento, mucha alegría. Y luego pasamos a sesiones específicas, ¿no? De discusión sobre temas fundamentales para la discusión de este taller. Entonces empezamos con la discusión de experiencias indígenas y afrodescendientes, los progresos y desafíos en la articulación de la medicina tradicional con los servicios de salud. Y ese diálogo fue muy rico porque tuvimos no solo los representantes de los pueblos originarios y afrodescendientes, pero también los ministerios de salud en ese diálogo. y cómo se está construyendo la relación y la complementariedad de los saberes ancestrales y conocimientos tradicionales con las prácticas biomédicas de los sistemas de salud. Enseguida pasamos a una discusión sobre el papel de la biodiversidad y de las plantas medicinales en la promoción de la salud de los pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes. Y eso fue un panel muy rico porque nos dio los elementos para preparación de propuestas, de recomendaciones para el taller global de biodiversidad, conocimiento tradicional, salud y bienestar. Yo voy a invitar ahora a nuestro colega, amigo Jesús Guadalupe Fuentes, que ha participado esos 2 días, para que nos puedan contar un poco sobre el ejercicio que hicimos alrededor de 2 preguntas clave que pensamos que son importantes para llevar las visiones de la región de las Américas para este taller global, y que nos cuente un poco qué se ha discutido, cuáles son las ideas, cuáles son los componentes centrales de esas discusiones, siendo que hoy al final de la tarde, dependiendo del tiempo, o mañana seguramente tendremos tiempo también para hacer nuevas discusiones sobre las mismas preguntas, ver las recomendaciones que salieron de este taller regional y seguir trabajando con las recomendaciones ahora en este grupo ampliado. Así que gracias, Jesús, y te paso el micrófono.
Muchas gracias, Daniel. Buenos días a todos. Bon dia a todos. Good morning. I have to help me, please, the new members. Yeah. Welcome to the global workshop in Rio de Janeiro. I take in Spanish because it's my language mother. Okay, thank you. Les decía que voy a hablar en español porque me siento más cómodo. Como lo comentaba Daniel, nosotros estuvimos hace 2 días aquí en Río, empezamos a desahogar nuestra agenda, primero con muchas expectativas, pero también con algunos dudas, desconocimientos, porque siempre este tipo de eventos, de reuniones con mucha gente, con muchas visiones, de repente nos da esa oportunidad de tener dudas, de tener certezas, pero sobre todo de generar muchas expectativas. Una de las primeras expectativas que teníamos era, ¿qué vamos a sacar de este taller? ¿Qué vamos a hacer? Y entonces, ¿qué es lo que podemos esperar rumbo a la reunión mundial en la India? Aquí se plantearon para muchos hermanos, para muchas hermanas, ¿verdad?, que realmente se hiciera un trabajo integral que nos permitiera además, ¿sí?, trascender y que no se quedara como una reunión más, que no fuera solamente una reunión donde se anotan documentos, ideas y que posteriormente pues a lo mejor no supiéramos o no tuviéramos la certeza de que llegara a tener un objetivo perfectamente definido. Entonces, bajo esa situación y con la atención que tuvimos ya de los funcionarios de OPS, de OMS, que además debemos de reconocer su gran compromiso que han tenido, como ya se planteó entre quienes han antecedido en la palabra, ¿verdad?, pues también se acercaron y nos fueron guiando, nos fueron llevando y además aceptaron el compromiso de que este documento tiene que llegar al máximo nivel, porque tenemos un máximo nivel que va a ser la cumbre en la India. Entonces, con esta idea, con esta situación fue que empezamos a trabajar y fue que empezamos a construir precisamente una hoja de ruta que nos va a permitir a esta región de las Américas, en donde estamos hermanos indígenas, hermanos y hermanas indígenas, hermanos y hermanas afros, y que nos da mucho gusto que sean las mujeres hoy quienes se han erigido, quienes se han estado aquí presentes y que además han levantado la mano muy fuertemente, de verdad, y que tuvimos la oportunidad, como lo mencionó la querida María Eugenia, ¿sí?, que hace 2 días se celebraba el Día Internacional Afromexicano de las Mujeres. Entonces, bajo estos conceptos fue que empezamos a trabajar. Me voy a mover un poquito porque, ¿qué creen? Yo estar en un mismo lugar a veces me cuesta mucho trabajo y me disculpo, pero me voy a mover un poquito. Entonces, empezamos a trabajar, como lo dijo Daniel, y tuvimos nosotros dos preguntas que fueron motivadoras, que permitían precisamente que se dinamizara todo lo que ya se había propuesto, lo que se había comentado, lo que se había hecho en las mesas, y que entonces todos habíamos participado, habíamos externado y habíamos planteado, porque además hubo realmente exposiciones magistrales, los taitas que estuvieron, los hermanos, las hermanas, o sea, de verdad, yo se los dije a muchos, yo me felicité y me felicito de estar aquí. No los felicito a ustedes, me felicito yo de estar aquí, porque aprendo, porque me estoy llevando de verdad mucha luz. Y eso para mí, de verdad, a veces hasta es un compromiso que no sé si pueda con él, de todo lo que aprendo. Pero se empezó a trabajar y entonces el día de ayer ya, después de todas estas magníficas intervenciones en donde estuvimos trabajando todos, llegamos a 2 preguntas que fueron motivadoras, que fueron precisamente ¿para qué? Para reactivar, para provocar, ¿verdad? Para reaccionar. Y entonces veíamos qué se decía, qué se planteaba. Estas preguntas fueron: la primera, ¿cómo pueden los sistemas de salud tradicional y el de salud biomédica, visto desde la visión occidental, ¿sí?, complementarse y trabajar por el bienestar de las personas? ¿Qué pregunta que puede ser tan sencilla, leída en un par de segundos, pero que realmente reviste una profundidad? Porque esto es precisamente algo estratégico que va encaminado para todos, para el mundo. No solamente para indígenas, no solamente para afros, va para todo el mundo. Ya lo decíamos hace un momento y lo decía nuestro hermano de CDB, de verdad, nosotros somos parte de la vida. Entonces todos, no por ser indígenas o no indígenas, no estamos o nos tengamos que mantener al margen, todos estamos. Entonces, esto decíamos, ¿cómo podría ser? Y empezamos a trabajar y empezamos a generar todas las mesas de trabajo y empezamos a llegar a toda esa lluvia de ideas, de conceptos, de preceptos. Y entonces decíamos, 1, los seres humanos somos partes de un todo. Y esa es nuestra cosmovisión, esta es nuestra cosmogonía, es de donde venimos. Somos partes indivisibles porque somos parte de ese todo, porque toda la biodiversidad, todo lo que nos rodea, nosotros somos parte de ella y todo ello es parte de nosotros. No podemos hablar de un sentido, tenemos que hablar del todo. Entonces decíamos, partiendo de ahí, ¿cómo podría ser? ¿Qué objetivo tenemos? Ambos sistemas, el tradicional o el conocimiento milenario que traemos y el conocimiento occidental, preservar la vida. Tenemos que preservar la vida, tenemos que buscar y que además sea con condiciones y valores que hemos tenido nosotros los pueblos indígenas y afros, originales, históricos y por supuesto fundacionales. Entonces planteábamos y decíamos, tenemos que hacer esto. Ahora, ¿cómo lo vamos a hacer? ¿Cómo se va a plantear? ¿Cómo pueden coincidir? Y entonces decíamos, pues tenemos que primero respetar todo lo que cada uno de estos conocimientos ya tiene, ha fundado y ha servido. Porque también llegamos a la conclusión, no son contrarios, son complementarios. Entonces, bajo esta situación volvíamos a plantear cómo, y había me encantó una exposición que alguien decía, ¿no? Es que yo soy médico, pero soy indígena, y yo le puedo dar un tratamiento a esta persona, pero yo le puedo decir, a ver, no nos vamos a pelear, tú vas, que se haga toda la espiritualidad que se tiene que hacer para la atención, pero a tal hora le das esta pastilla y a tal hora le das esta pastilla y va a funcionar. Y entonces empezamos a ver que ha funcionado. Y también empezamos a ver que todo el conocimiento de hierbas, de plantas y todo, ha funcionado. Entonces decíamos, no están peleados, son complementarios y lo podemos hacer. Y que funcione, y que si la medicina, el conocimiento tradicional ha funcionado, la medicina occidental ha funcionado, juntas tienen que funcionar mejor, tiene que ser más poderoso. Entonces llegamos a esta situación. Y después decíamos, ¿y cómo se va a hacer? Pues tenemos que diagnosticar primeramente, hacer un diagnóstico, un estudio, pero tiene que ser participativo, no puede ser ahora solamente que estén, ¿sí?, los médicos, los profesionales de la salud, o que estén solamente pues, los médicos tradicionales, los sanadores, las comadronas, o todas las formas en cómo tenemos a nuestros sanadores y curadores tradicionales. No, tenemos que estar todos, tenemos que participar todos porque todos tenemos algo que aportar. Y entonces decíamos, tiene que haber ese respeto, ese reconocimiento y por supuesto tenía que haber esa igualdad. Para que después de esto nosotros empezaremos a trabajar y después identifiquemos cuáles son los problemas que se tienen en este caso, cuáles son los problemas de salud que más se inciden en regiones, porque identificábamos que en unas regiones, y para algún caso que comentaba nuestra querida hermana afro, Manuela de Colombia, el tema de qué, de las mujeres, y de qué, y del parto, y de qué, pues a lo mejor un problema de placenta o a lo mejor un problema de hemorragia. Ok, entonces identificar cuáles son por regiones ese tipo de enfermedades que afectan. Y después decíamos, ¿y cómo lo podemos hacer? Pues también una vez que identificamos esta situación, ¿cuáles podrían ser las medidas de salud? Porque a lo mejor en esa región, en Colombia es eso, pero a lo mejor en otra región, en Guatemala, pues a lo mejor es la diabetes. Y entonces a lo mejor en esta otra región, a lo mejor es la tuberculosis. Y a lo mejor, entonces, no es el mismo problema que tenemos todas las personas en las diferentes regiones. Entonces ya después de hacer este estudio, de este diagnóstico, tendríamos que ver cómo se tendría que atender y entonces tendrían que sumarse los que también toman las decisiones. Y entonces teníamos que invitar ¿a quién? Pues al Estado, a los diferentes mecanismos e instituciones que nos tienen que ayudar a qué, a que esto se logre, porque alguien tiene que financiar. Y decía nuestro hermano, para el CDB se busca $1 millón para financiamiento. Para esta situación no tenemos idea, pero sabemos que se necesitan recursos. Pero no solamente recursos, voluntad y voluntad política, por supuesto, para que esto resulte y se dé. Y entonces después de ahí, ¿qué tenemos que hacer? Pues documentar, y después de documentar tenemos que analizar y sistematizar y entonces hacer llegar la información, y que es un proceso largo, pero se tiene que empezar. Entonces, este es más o menos un poquito de toda esta situación que tratamos de concentrar, porque como les decía, es una lluvia de ideas. Y después venía la otra pregunta, también muy interesante, y decía, ¿cuáles son los argumentos y las acciones necesarias para crear estrategias gana, es decir, todos ganamos, ¿sí?, para proteger la biodiversidad y crear ambientes en favor de la salud y el bienestar? Otra pregunta motivadora, interesante, profunda, que entonces también nos obligó a empezar a hablar de conceptos, ¿sí?, que tenemos que decir, para la biodiversidad efectivamente somos todos, entonces todos tenemos que sumarnos y todos tenemos que contribuir. Entonces las autoridades, los estados tienen que hacerlo, entonces volvimos a buscar el concepto de ¿qué? De igualdad. Tenemos que partir de esa igualdad, porque si no entonces va a ser muy difícil, unos tienen el poder y otros no. En este caso el objetivo común es que todos tenemos la necesidad, todos tenemos el problema porque vivimos en la misma casa, no tenemos otro planeta, entonces vivimos en la misma casa, entonces es nuestro problema y lo tenemos que resolver. Y entonces decíamos, tiene que haber equidad también, y ya se planteaba hoy en las exposiciones, tiene que haber equidad, que es la mejor forma de distribuir, en donde todos sea justo, donde tengamos precisamente esta situación. Y entonces empezamos a hablar también, ¿sí?, de que desde esa espiritualidad se han mantenido precisamente muchos de los esquemas de biodiversidad que hoy actualmente tenemos en el mundo. Y como han planteado, y aquí nuestra querida Cristina nos lo planteó muy puntualmente en una de las intervenciones, el 5% de la población mundial, preserva, mantiene, conserva, ¿sí?, el 80% de la biodiversidad que hoy sostiene al mundo y que hoy le está dando la lucha férrea al cambio climático. Si este 5% no existiera, no sé cómo estaría el mundo. Entonces, desde ahí tendríamos que empezar a ver cuáles serían estas estrategias gana-gana que tendríamos que plantear, y decíamos, hay que sensibilizar, hay que trabajar con los gobiernos, hay que hacer que los gobiernos volteen, que quienes toman las decisiones tengan que estar, entonces hay que sensibilizar, pero también hay que dar a conocer, y entonces hay que dar a conocer porque lo que no se conoce no se valora, si no se conoce no se atiende, si no se conoce no se apoya. Entonces hay que dar a conocer y que la gente más vea, porque pareciera ser que todos conocemos el problema, pero eso es lo que parece, pero realmente lo conocen, se han profundizado, se han interiorizado, que entonces, pues si no lo conocen no lo van a apoyar, si no lo conocen no se van a meter. Y yo quiero aprovechar porque tenía una pregunta hace ratito para el CBD y que viene con esto. Hay que dar a conocer que se necesita y hay que sumar más voluntades, porque el dinero es bien difícil y menos para temas indígenas, y eso en todos lados. Y esto pareciera ser que lo atañen a temas indígenas y no propiamente a un tema de salud mundial o a un tema, ¿sí?, ya no solamente de salud, de peligro mundial, de alerta mundial. Entonces, yo creo que tendríamos que hablar que la espiritualidad, que la cosmovisión, que la cosmogonia que tenemos los pueblos de las 7 regiones, ¿sí?, definitivamente ha funcionado, ha servido. Las estrategias gana-gana tienen que ser esta espiritualidad con la voluntad política y la voluntad real de los estados, de quienes tienen el poder. Estas estrategias gana-gana tienen que ser cuando sumemos las voluntades. Estas estrategias gana-gana se tienen que dar cuando nosotros empezamos a identificar que hace falta no solamente atender el problema en este mismo momento, sino atenderlo de manera integral, de manera sostenida, involucrar salud, involucrar un replanteamiento para fortalecimiento de lenguas, para fortalecimiento de este conocimiento, involucrar a las nuevas generaciones. Mucha gente ya no quiere hablar la lengua y tenemos una pérdida de lengua en el mundo cada 2 semanas. Si seguimos con este ritmo, vamos a tener una pérdida en 25 años de más del 80% de las 5,000 lenguas que hoy se hablan en el mundo. Y entonces perder una lengua es perder una visión de ver el mundo. Eso es lo grave y eso es lo complicado. Entonces tenemos que fortalecer, tenemos que refundar, tenemos que crear vínculo con las nuevas generaciones, indígenas y no indígenas. Tenemos que buscar precisamente cómo crear una educación más integral, ¿sí?, en donde se respeten precisamente estos conocimientos, estas lenguas, estos orígenes, y por supuesto se fortalezcan, se revitalicen. Tú me vas diciendo del tiempo, Daniel, ¿eh?, porque yo me puedo seguir. Así es de que ya me dijeron que ya se acabó desde hace mucho. Pero yo estoy encantado, de verdad. Yo estoy muy feliz. I'm very happy for being here. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. Jesús, si quieres te quedas acá en el panel y ahí también tenemos posibilidad de de seguir conversando. Ahora yo tengo el placer de pedir que Edivania Shakriabá, que es de la Coordinación de Promoción de la Salud Indígena de la Secretaría de Salud Indígena del Ministerio de Salud de Brasil, que nos va a brindar una presentación con mucho de lo que conversamos acá, pero con ejemplos concretos y con propuestas de lo que el gobierno de Brasil está haciendo en biodiversidad, conocimiento tradicional indígena. Gracias, Edivania.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. Um momento. Para voltar. Ok, muito obrigada. Como já como já foi falado, meu nome é Edivânia. Eu sou indígena da etnia Xacriabá, do norte de Minas Gerais, Brasil. E estou representando também a CESAI. Atuo recentemente na coordenação de atributo e promoção de saúde indígena, mais especificamente acompanhando a pauta das medicinas indígenas. E conforme houve algumas alterações no cronograma, eu acabei tendo que fazer alguns ajustes, então eu venho trazendo um pouquinho do que seria proposto para a minha fala ontem. Então, eu vou dividir essa parte hoje entre experiências e algumas propostas também que eu deveria ter trago ontem. Como os colegas anteriores já discorreram ao longo das falas sobre a biodiversidade, eu vou falar rapidamente alguns pontos. Consideramos a biodiversidade nos fornece, né, uma variedade de espécies e genótipos, e isso nos provém nutrientes e fontes de prevenção, proteção e cura para as comunidades indígenas, uma vez que dependemos intimamente desses recursos naturais. Isso favorece as práticas de cuidado e saúde, uma vez que dependemos, né, dos recursos biológicos e do bom funcionamento do ecossistema e do conhecimento específico a eles associado. Também inclusive cientificamente comprovado, que a conexão com a natureza e com ambientes de maior biodiversidade resulta em benefícios à saúde mental e física. Logo, entendemos, e isso é fundamental, né, que o acesso ao território às populações indígenas é fundamental para promover a saúde física e mental e garantir a manutenção dessas práticas, visto que todas as questões perpassam pela questão territorial. Se não temos acesso ao território, não tem como falar em saúde, não tem como falar em segurança alimentar, não tem como falar em proteção, em cuidado, se não temos o território. E bem como o cuidado desse território. Como já foi dito, né, graças à nossa diversidade biológica, nós conseguimos, né, a provisão de nutrientes, e isso vai determinar a dieta nutricional dessas populações. Isso favorece a ampliação da possibilidade de insumos naturais disponíveis para as práticas terapêuticas, como já foi visto aqui em todas as experiências colocadas, né, isso é muito forte, essa relação com a natureza, os recursos que utilizamos para o cuidado com a saúde, proteção, prevenção, principalmente com relação às plantas medicinais, que isso é muito frequente em todas as culturas, e a apropriação desse conhecimento ancestral que nos provém a proteção e recuperação da saúde. Nesse estudo aqui, traz uma relação das doenças que são mais tratadas com o uso de plantas medicinais nas comunidades indígenas, considerando todas as regiões do Brasil. E aí a gente percebe que, em todas as regiões, é muito frequente o uso de plantas medicinais, principalmente para questões referentes a problemas digestivos, considerando que todas as regiões há esse uso de plantas. E, em segundo, é muito utilizada para problemas do aparelho respiratório. Isso mostra o quanto que é difuso, né, o uso das plantas medicinais, bem como outros outros vegetais, outras formas de cuidado, e que depende diretamente da natureza, depende dessa biodiversidade, da conservação, para que se mantenha essas práticas, para que se mantenham os cuidados de proteção e cura. Logo, entendemos que a perda da biodiversidade, isso vai levar a implicações na saúde dessas comunidades, como, por exemplo, as pressões antrópicas, como superexploração, a poluição, a degradação. Isso vai incidir diretamente na insegurança alimentar, isso vai levar a mudanças no uso e relação com o território, uma vez que acaba desestruturando esse ambiente. As comunidades, muitas vezes, acabam tendo que se deslocar em busca de outros ambientes mais favoráveis, que vão suprir as necessidades nutricionais, na questão da saúde. E esses agravos acabam resultando na desproteção e adoecimento. Como entendemos, né, que essa relação do território está intimamente ligado com a saúde e, consequentemente, temos implicações no cenário epidemiológico. Então, entendemos que a presença dos povos indígenas confere importância muito grande na proteção e preservação da biodiversidade, considerando que 80% dessa proteção se deve à presença desses povos, juntando isso a outras comunidades tradicionais, né, como ribeirinhos e outras populações. A gente soma essa proteção e a garantia de preservar esses ambientes devido à relação que se mantém com a terra e o cuidado. E a restauração de florestas e recursos naturais, visto que as comunidades têm uma relação diferente com a terra, considerando a sustentabilidade e as tradições ricas em dietas diversificadas. Isso vai fazer com que as populações elas investam em plantio diversificado, garantindo a expansão da base alimentar. E, além disso, safras sustentáveis, considerando as condições climáticas, que vai favorecer a produção. E os contextos locais, nesse sentido, são levados em consideração. As práticas agrícolas, né, que são adaptadas às mudanças climáticas, isso agregando ao uso de técnicas agrícolas que se adaptam a esses ambientes extremos. Temos ambiente onde a escassez de água é muito grande. Temos ambiente em que o período de seca é muito longo. Então, tem que ter essa flexibilidade, buscando a sustentabilidade, buscando esse equilíbrio também, considerando a variação climática, ambiental, da vegetação e tudo mais. E também, aí aqui eu trouxe alguns exemplos, né, de algumas experiências em relação a isso. Temos algumas ações que utilizam técnica de consumo mínimo de água, com plantio consorciado. Então, isso implica na melhora da segurança alimentar, nutricional, e além do consumo de água, considerando que, em épocas do ano, é muito difícil. Então, com o uso mínimo de água, consegue-se produzir horta. Além disso, aproveita esse mesmo ambiente para poder plantar espécies que são utilizadas na medicina tradicional. Temos algumas experiências também relacionadas ao uso de plantas medicinais e que há uma grande preocupação com o ambiente, visto que se utiliza muitas plantas, por exemplo, que não utilizam as folhas. Então, utiliza a casca, utiliza a raiz. Então, tem essa preocupação. Então, existe a preocupação também com o plano de manejo. E algumas comunidades têm a iniciativa de fazer o cercamento de uma determinada área para uso exclusivo para extração, para plantas medicinais, e, ao mesmo tempo, consegue ter um controle de exploração dessas plantas. Trabalham também com as crianças nas escolas. Então, envolve a educação ambiental nesse processo, ao mesmo tempo em que há essa transmissão de conhecimento, essa troca de conhecimento entre os especialistas indígenas, as comunidades. Temos também algumas iniciativas com o banco de semente. Isso é uma preocupação muito grande, porque se perdemos nossas sementes crioula, consequentemente, a segurança alimentar também é comprometida. Então, as comunidades se reúnem em mutirão, plantam, cada um leva uma espécie diferente, então juntam diversas espécies de vegetais e elas fazem tudo, o pessoal faz tudo em conjunto, e aí, na colheita, quando vai plantar, a pessoa pega no banco de semente e tem o compromisso de retornar e devolver no banco. E aí fazem troca, fazem momentos, né, de troca dessas sementes, vão para outras comunidades, vão para outras etnias, e isso garante a variabilidade genética, né? Temos também viveiro de espécies nativas, principalmente plantas frutíferas e plantas medicinais, ao mesmo tempo aqui envolvendo a escola, sobre a questão da manutenção e preservação da biodiversidade. Ao mesmo tempo, pode trabalhar diversas outras áreas, como biologia, química, introduzindo tudo através da prática. Temos... Opa. E aí também trouxemos aqui algumas propostas, pensando na preservação da biodiversidade, de saber e conhecimento tradicional. Eu vou ficar só mais um pouquinho perto aqui, porque eu não estou enxergando muito bem. Nós colocamos a construção e fortalecimento da ciência a partir do conhecimento e incentivo, formação de pesquisadores tradicionais, oriundos dos respectivos povos, fortalecimento de estratégias de mapeamento das medicinas tradicionais e seus agentes de cuidado. Ou seja, se nós queremos pensar em estratégia para fortalecer uma ação, a gente precisa conhecer. Precisamos saber onde estão esses especialistas, o que eles fazem, por onde perpassa essas ações, porque muitas vezes há o apagamento, a invisibilidade desses conhecedores, mas eles existem. Inclusive, alguns dados que a gente busca nesse processo de pensar como é que está a situação, como é que a gente vai intervir, como que vamos pensar em desenvolver políticas que vá fortalecer, de fato, as medicinas indígenas. Então, a gente vê que há uma defasagem muito grande na informação, mas não que não existem. Outra coisa seria o apoio no reconhecimento e construção de comissões dos povos tradicionais para o fortalecimento da participação social no contexto da construção de estratégias de medicinas indígenas. Também a construção de estratégias e abordagens terapêuticas interculturais na integração e implementação das medicinas tradicionais nos sistemas de saúde, a partir do reconhecimento e valorização dos conhecimentos tradicionais. Por exemplo, pensamos na construção de espaços de interconsulta, combinado a atores da biomedicina convencional, junto aos cuidadores e conhecedores dos saberes de medicina tradicional na construção de diagnósticos terapêuticos que, de fato, sejam integrativos. E a construção de projetos de arquitetura integrativa, competentes e sensíveis à necessidade dos saberes tradicionais, que seja levado em consideração a especificidade, né, dessas populações. Um momento. Epa, não quer passar. Desculpa. Certo? A construção dos indicadores sensíveis no âmbito da promoção da saúde para registrar as medicinas tradicionais, construir estratégias de valorização e reconhecimento do território tradicional como elemento de promoção da saúde, visto que sem a terra, sem o território, não há saúde. E garantir e proteger o conhecimento da medicina tradicional, da pirataria e dos interesses perversos do mercado. Não é o nosso interesse aqui criar indústrias farmacêuticas, mas queremos a garantia da proteção, que possamos continuar mantendo nossas tradições, mantendo nossos costumes e que nossos conhecimentos sejam protegidos também. Garantir e proteger o conhecimento da medicina tradicional da pirataria, dos interesses do mercado, sim. Construir marcos legais e normativas de reconhecimento e valorização do uso tradicional de plantas medicinais, minerais, fungos e outros insumos utilizados no cuidado. Considerando aqui, né, que as medicinas indígenas elas não se encerram apenas no uso de plantas medicinais. O cuidado à saúde, a proteção, a cura vai muito mais além, embora a presença do uso dessas plantas elas são muito frequentes. Então, é importante pensar, é importante discutirmos a proteção da biodiversidade, é importante discutir a proteção do conhecimento tradicional, ao passo em que há interesses também de indústrias farmacêuticas por trás desses conhecimentos. Construir mecanismos de governança efetiva para as medicinas indígenas a partir do respeito pela cultura, tradições e conhecimentos ancestrais, com mecanismo permanente de diálogo e consulta com as comunidades tradicionais. Incentivar a institucionalização e reconhecimento da agenda pelos órgãos competentes, garantindo plenas condições de implementação, seja financiamento, monitoração e avaliação, garantir o acesso e qualidade, respeitando e promovendo mecanismo de preservação e uso sustentável dos territórios e recursos naturais. A inserção das medicinas indígenas enquanto ações interfederativas, que não seja algo simplesmente discutido internamente, porque senão a gente não consegue sair desse mundo e não acaba discutindo e a gente não vê de fato algo implementado, não vê mudanças. Trazer a equidade do SUS enquanto instrumento para fortalecer o acesso dos especialistas indígenas e praticantes das medicinas indígenas na promoção, prevenção e recuperação da saúde dos povos indígenas, visto que é previsto no SUS. Apoio às iniciativas comunitárias de conhecimento cultural indígenas voltada à manipulação artesanal, cultural das plantas medicinais existentes nos biomas brasileiros, mas pensando também a nível global, né? Pensando existente na região, nos territórios. E no mais, foi isso. E só lembrando aqui que, além de tudo isso, de tudo que os parentes colocaram, é importante a gente considerar a relação que que o indígena tem, que as populações, as comunidades tradicionais têm com o território, como se dá esse processo, saúde e doença, compreender, estar mais sensível para entender esse processo, porque muitas vezes, dependendo de como que é a visão de mundo, isso vai diferenciar no itinerário terapêutico que tem que ser seguido, no cuidado dessas populações. No mais, agradeço.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias por haber compartido los importantes aportes de toda la región de América Latina y también los de Brasil. Pero ahora me alegra muchísimo en esta parte global del taller el poder hablar de experiencias de otras regiones, porque para eso estamos aquí, para poder intercambiar, ¿no? Y me da muchísimo placer de invitar aquí a Oliver Agoncillo, que nos viene de Filipinas, y él es el director de biodiversidad en el Centro ASEAN para la Biodiversidad, el cual representa, yo creo, 10 países. Entonces, Oliver, por favor, ven a juntarse a nosotros. Yo me acuerdo muy bien, Oliver, que el ACB, el Centro ASEAN para la Biodiversidad, fue uno de los primeros en la región que hablaba de medicina tradicional y de biodiversidad, y tuvieron un taller regional para eso en el 2016. Así que, bienvenido.
Thank you very much, Christina. Good morning, everyone, and I'm so humbled to be with you today after traveling for more than 20 hours from the region, and I'm such a powerful message from this morning's ceremony and hearing from you what's happening in this side of the world. So as you mentioned, this is a journey that every one of us is encountering, and let me bring you back to our region so that hopefully, as you will see from our journey, that you will also have learned some entry points or mechanisms that could help us move forward with our topic today, which is very important. So for those who are not yet familiar with Southeast Asia region, the ASEAN region covers only 3% of the world's total area, but it is one of the richest biological diversity in the world. It is home to 25% of all known plants and animals, with 37% of over 9,100 species, half of which are found only in the region. The ASEAN is also one of the world's fastest growing economies and one of the most globally competitive regions. Biodiversity matters to human well-being because of ecosystem services, as we have heard from the beginning, maybe in the last 2 days, because it provides a source of traditional medicine and protein. However, the increasing demands from the growing population, the region has 600 million population overall, 10 countries, and many are also are part of the indigenous peoples communities. And because of the growing population, have caused several damages to nature and therefore increasing the risk to human health. The ASEAN region is biologically and culturally diverse, witnessing rapid changes in the especially vulnerable to multiple threats of health and well-being, and of course the pandemic has shown to us the vulnerability of our ecosystems and the seriousness of the cause of inaction in biodiversity and ecosystems. So we will go through some of the leverage points exist in the region because its natural resource availability, strong sociocultural community, and transboundary cooperation. So let me introduce to you the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. It's an intergovernmental organization, meaning 10 ASEAN member states banded together in 2005 to form ACB to facilitate regional and global cooperation on the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. So this is the platform we're able to gather representatives from governments, from non-government organizations, from indigenous peoples, and of course, international development partners. So as this has already been discussed, but I think the important point here is that all 10 member states are members of the CBD. So here, there's also that kind of incentive, so to speak, so that different organizations, whether from the academe, from the private sector, to demand from the government to move towards the targets of the Community Montreal. At the local or the regional level, because of what happened with the pandemic, this is a parallel initiatives on how do we mainstream biodiversity into the health sector. And the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework underscores the importance of robust cooperation and mechanisms among member states of the region, and it highlights the continuous efforts to mainstream biodiversity across relevant sectors, while advocating for biodiversity literate, quote unquote, individuals, communities, the private sector, and other stakeholders that adopt behaviors gearing towards addressing the root cause of future pandemics and zoonosis. And the ACB takes particular note of the framework's recognition of biodiversity as it is crucial to implementing nature-based solutions. In this slide, I hope you can see it from the back, the framework of action aligns with the roadmap of ACB that identifies biodiversity and ecosystems health-related priorities. So you see here the importance of communication, multi-sectoral collaboration, research and capacity building, as has been mentioned by my colleagues in terms of documentation, the indigenous practices, local communities, and at the same time, how do we harmonize biodiversity in health plans, policies, and programs to be able to reach a biodiversity-focused pandemic recovery and resilience building in order to attain a vision of a pandemic resilient ASEAN region. This is another take in terms of the roadmap. So literally, there's a road, hopefully to a better future. So conserving wildlife and their habitats through species-specific conservation actions, promoting biodiversity and urban and agricultural landscape, and enhancing regional and sub-regional synergies are necessary to fully implement the One Health approach. This One Health approach has been globally emerging, wherein the environment sector, so to speak, is sort of lagging behind in terms of comparing it with the animal and the public health sector of addressing nature-based, addressing the pandemic, and of course, looking at ecological stability as a nature-based solution to build resilience. So robust mechanisms for implementing wildlife from protected area and land use laws that address threats to wildlife habitats are favorable in keeping the species safe and their viruses contained, reducing contact of natural hosts with multiple varieties of other species, including domestic animals and humans, lessens the opportunity for viral spillovers. In this slide, you will see the link again, biodiversity in health, but again, the importance of raising awareness and capacity enhancement and initiatives from the local level to the national level and bring it to the regional level, or bringing in the ideas from the global, what's happening global, and to be able for the local communities be able to have that kind of information about issues and concerns. So as Christina mentioned, if I understand the Spanish, in 2016, the ASEAN Biodiversity Conference was organized by the ACB, the ASEAN Secretariat, and the Royal Thai government. And one of the priority thematic areas is the, again, interlinkages of health and biodiversity. This was followed by a workshop interlinkages between human health and biodiversity in the ASEAN region, organized by CBD, the World Health Organization, and the United Nations Institute for Global Health, to better grasp and level off on the nexus of biodiversity and health. I think that's what you mentioned, Christina, right? That's exactly right. Thank you. So the Philippines has been colonized for 300 years by Spain, but poquito, very little Spanish. The ACB also led co-organized the partners, various communication, again, education and awareness raising through webinars. And during the pandemic, online webinars was very important and useful to keep the discussion going. And I think that's something that we can learn from through moving forward. So in terms of tapping technologies or applying technologies, what we have, we continue to update maps on new and emerging infectious diseases outbreaks from 2005 to the present using the ASEAN Biodiversity Dashboard. So I hope there's a comparative work that is happening in this region. But the dashboard first is designed for conservation, to support decision-making of policymakers through the provision of biodiversity data in the region and inform species and area and conservation policies. And when the pandemic came in, so the idea is to overlay where the zoonotic are spreading. And of course, now climate change, there's also an effort on how do we overlay the disaster and then the climate information at the regional level so that we'll be able to talk to the policymakers because sometimes visual is more powerful than reading volumes of documents. So we hope to be able to make this dashboard more relevant to our ASEAN member states and of course the local communities that we serve. Again, bringing more in the context of where the rubber hits the road, so to speak, the ASEAN flagship program, what we call the ASEAN Heritage Parks, of course, these are where the communities lives, especially indigenous peoples. There's a lot of focus on expanding the protected areas to recognize the ASEAN heritage, the different heritage parks in the region, primarily for their biological and socio-cultural richness. But more and more it's become to be sort of a mentorship program wherein you encourage community of practice among heritage parks or those who are still would like to be recognized at the ASEAN region so that to inspire work in terms of biodiversity conservation. And this is where you encourage park managers who are government officials sometimes do not go to the field, and then the local leaders also have the platform to discuss among themselves. So we also took this opportunity during the pandemic to conduct 2 surveys on how it impacted the functions of the park by the pandemic. So there's a lot of capacity building that was identified. How do we protect the local community on how, what alternative livelihoods could be had because before they were earning from sustainable tourism in the area. Because of the closure that has been affected. So again, the Asian Heritage Parks is something that is a sort of a major program for the ASEAN region. So we conduct every 3 years a Congress Heritage Parks Conference, and last year, in 2022, we had a special session on protected areas, human health, and preventing future pandemics. Emphasize and encourage the engagement on the environment sector, increase the communication advocacy efforts in the risk of the zoonotic diseases, build resilience, and future pandemics. Again, this is with the help of you and Professor Uni is here. I think one of the institutional memory, and of course Christina perhaps were here. So there's a lot of knowing what is the status, documenting what's there, which is important for, as mentioned by Jesus, you don't address what you don't know. So to the extent that there's prior informed consent on the data that could be collected. Then we look at those experiences and then use that as evidence-based to build policies, to build actions at different levels. So part of the result of this assessment, again, this was back in 2016. So, and you know, the different categories or emerging themes about food and nutrition, traditional medicine, non-communicable diseases, and the idea of One Health, and of course, the need for biodiversity planning, and wherein national biodiversity action plans that is translated per area for site-specific, and then how do you consolidate those data at the regional level so that you have more force or you have a more substantive work that could be done at the regional level to scale up your impacts, our impacts. Drilling down to more specific about biodiversity in traditional medicine, again, in the line of documenting what's there in the region. So what you have here is some examples of in Vietnam regarding ethnobotany, the digital map of precious and rare medicinal plants, in Cambodia, and in in Indonesia, of course, Laos. So different kinds of documentation that allowed more action, direct action-oriented. How do we preserve these medicinal plants? How do we protect the rights of the communities for access and benefits, etc. So bringing back to a more recent development, at the level of the, again, we are intergovernmental and we work with the ASEAN member state, and it's a big victory at the policy level if there's a declaration by the ASEAN leaders about One Health initiatives and the importance of having these three themes in terms of the importance of biodiversity, the importance of One Health, animal health, and public health. And that is where we can move forward some of the policies and actions and programs. So as we speak, I think some of the WHO participants are in Bali, Indonesia, discussing One Health. So from the declaration, we now have a joint plan of action. So for some of us, that could take a while, but again, creating spaces for negotiation, creating spaces for discussion by different stakeholders are important. And being there in the table to discuss what's happening and what are the issues coming from either the local communities, at the regional or the ASEAN level is something that we need to take the opportunity to push our agenda in order to meet the environmental, the health, and of course the ideals of the communities. And this is my last slide. So you please go to our website for more information. Go back to the last one.
Thank you so much for that, Oliver. So you have provided so many new elements and have provided the experiences in 10 different ASEAN countries, adding already to a wealth of information that has been shared over the past few days, to the experiences that have been described earlier in the session. And you also have a hidden talent you weren't aware of, which is understanding Spanish. So I do apologize for having introduced you in Spanish. I saw Algoncillo, and in my head, I don't know, it just had such a musical ring to it that I... But also, it's good for us to be challenged now and then and to go outside of our comfort zones. So I'm glad that we had the opportunity to do that. But you really did bring a lot of new elements there that we haven't discussed so far, including the One Health approach. We actually, to be fair, we did discuss very briefly the One Health approach, but it's good that you bring this back to us because it is so foundational to the work that is being done and I see a colleague back in the back of the room working on the Aramat project, absolutely agreeing, because she's one of the people that had raised One Health. And it is foundational to the new Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It's also very foundational when we're talking about having this, holistic, integral, multi-stakeholder view and approach to biodiversity management. So it was good to see that there. It was also good to see that you mentioned the joint plan of action on One Health, and that there are happening right now in different parts of the world. So in addition to Bali and Indonesia, I think there are some happening in Sri Lanka. Right now there are some regional consultations that are happening on One Health as well. And the different approaches that are being made for the implementation of the joint plan of action. So really happy to see that we've got those new elements there. And yes, you were absolutely right. The conference to which I was referring was the 2016 conference that was jointly convened by the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, WHO, and the CBD. So thank you so much for that. And it is now my great honor to actually introduce Uni Papayali. I know him as Uni, Dr. Uni. He has been instrumental in the work that we have done at the intersection of biodiversity and traditional knowledge and traditional medicine. This really is his area of expertise. It's also where his heart lies, and he has done many peer-to-peer consultations throughout different communities in India. And he's also contributed to the chapter on traditional medicine for the State of Knowledge Review on Biodiversity and Health. So it's really wonderful to have you here with us, Uni, and we look forward to hearing the experiences you share.
Namaste and good noon to everyone. I come from India. It was a long journey. And I'm a bit jittery now as I stand here because my luggage is still not arrived. And it's going to arrive tomorrow evening when I'm expected to travel back. So sorry for the very casual attire with which I'm standing here. So thank you, Christina, for that warm welcome, and also Dr. Daniel Buss and all colleagues from PAHO who have been supporting this work so much. Ms. Carolina, all of them supported this journey. So I think I'm very thankful and very happy to see all the colleagues and the wonderful ceremony. It's been already a big learning experience of a half a day. And so I'm looking forward to interacting with everyone. In my presentation, Christina specifically asked me to present about the community-to-community learning exchanges that we have been conducting over several years. So I'll briefly explain about that. Okay. So for those of you who may not know about the traditional medicine context in India, we have two streams of knowledge in India. We have around 3,000-year-old historical tradition of written literature. And there are 6 systems of medicine in India, and we have a Ministry of Traditional Medicine, which is called the Ministry of Ayush, under which these 6 systems of medicine, Ayurveda being the major, as part of that ministry. And from 2014, we have the Ministry of Ayush, which stands for Ayurveda, Yoga and Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy. And apart from that, so these are all classical textual traditions in India. And these are part of the public domain knowledge that is in India. And they are legalized. There are 800,000 practitioners of this medicine. They are there in every nook and corner of India. They work along with Western biomedical practitioners or independently. Apart from that, we have the rich indigenous culture. We have around over 4,600 ethnic communities in India. We don't call indigenous communities, but we do have a large number of ecosystem-specific, ethnic community-specific knowledge systems. So I'm focusing more on these. These are not legalized practices, but they are the last mile connectivity in Indian villages in health systems. So we have been working a lot with this, what we call as folk healers or indigenous traditional medical practitioners, traditional knowledge holders over several years. And if you look at the overall traditional medicine Indian context, there was an All India coordinated ethnobiology project in 1989, which found that around 9,000 medicinal and nutritional plants are used in India. As you know, India is one of the 19 biological diversity hotspots in the world, and we have around 19 forest types from alpine to the coastal ecosystem. And these are all rich in medicinal plants. So we have these ecosystem-specific, ethnic community-specific, intergenerational tradition of folk healing. So this is what I'm going to talk about. So there was a study in 2015 which talked about 1,622 botanicals, and which was traded almost for 512,000 metric tons, and 242 species of this is traded more than 100 metric tons. So biodiversity in high danger because the traditional medicine industry is growing at a very fast pace. And if you look at the large, we have around 8,600 pharmaceutical companies of traditional medicine, and of that 3% really contribute to the 66% of wild harvested trade. And Indian Ayush industry, Indian traditional medicine industry is around $18.1 billion as of 2020, and this was a recent study. So this is just to give you the background of the traditional medicine context in India. Now, evolution of work from our side, this is an NGO-led project in India. It started as a nationwide medicinal plant conservation program in 1995. Then it was called the Foundation for Revitalization of Local Health Traditions. Now it's a university, it's called the Transdisciplinary University. So this actually was a program started with the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Forest and Climate Change, for conservation of medicinal plants. We did not have an institutional mechanism then when we started this project. So we had a large network of in situ and ex situ conservation programs, which will each will be around 150 hectares, and these were on endangered medicinal plants. I will come back to that later. But subsequently, as this movement grew, we started also building global policy interface. Then I moved to the United Nations University for a couple of years. That's where we built momentum for this whole work. So this is about the Medicinal Plant Conservation Network. As I told you, we have 19 forest types, from dry deciduous to mountain ecosystems to coastal ecosystems and all. So today we have the programs going on in 13 states in India. There are 108 conservation sites. Around 2,000 medicinal plant species are conserved. And most importantly, 316 medicinal plants are in endangered categories based on the International Union for Conservation of Nature Assessment Program. So we have programs with the Government of India, the state departments of forests. Depending on the biogeographic zones, there are these conservation sites. Each conservation site, as I told you, is around 150 hectares, and these are species-based conservation programs. And there are regular threat assessments going on, population studies, mapping, community participation studies are going on there. Now, this is just to give you a glimpse of what is happening. The conservation programs are aligned with the health system programs for primary health care. there is a protection component. We deal with access and benefit sharing, intellectual property protection. There is also a strong component of value chain strengthening and livelihood management. So this is from the Alpine mountain region of India, north of India. So this is an integrated database. There are different 13 databases linked to this, but this is available online. And we now know that nearly 7,600 medicinal plants are available and active use in India. And this database is available in 12 Indian languages. Now, then we moved to the policy domain. We started this initiative called the Biodiversity and Community Health Initiative. And this was with the what Mr. Olivier said, the assessment we did for ASEAN, the International Institute of Global Health, International Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability. They were all working already in the domain of planetary health and One Health, urban health, ecosystem health, and so on. And they were ready to host this initiative. By then, I was working with IIGH and IAAS in 2010. Then we were part of the State of Knowledge review that Christina mentioned. We co-wrote the chapter with the 22 authors on traditional medicine in that. Then the various COP events right from the Nagoya COP10 event to COP14, we have been participating in various events. The regional workshop in 2018 in Manila, and the ASEAN report that Mr. Oliver mentioned about, we worked on food and nutrition, non-communicable diseases, traditional medicine, and also about COVID pandemic and so on. Now we have the expert working group after the interagency liaison group between WHO and the CBD. So we are part of the expert working group on biodiversity, climate change, One Health, and nature-based solutions. I think Christina will highlight definitely on this later. So one of our flagship program of the Biodiversity and Community Health Initiative has been about community to community health peer programs. So these are the partners. It's been a bit inactive during the COVID period, but there are 12 partners, UN agencies, NGOs, all these are part of this. So these are some of the outcomes. We mainly focus on research, networking, capacity building, and policy linkages. So this is also on the right-hand side, what you see up is one of the first reports on biodiversity, traditional knowledge, and community health, strengthening linkages, which was published in 2012, which became the base document for this rest of the activities. Now, our partners are working in different domains, be it in conservation and sustainable use of natural resources, the knowledge documentation, their assessment, linking with healers and communities, the epistemology of traditional knowledge, looking at intercultural knowledge transfer, livelihoods and enterprises, community health, nutrition, education for traditional knowledge practices, of course, indigenous rights and protection, landscapes, because UNU has a program on Satoyama. Satoyama are mountain valley ecosystems in which biodiversity and ecosystems closely link with health and well-being. So we have landscape-based approach, slowly building. There are institutional governance. We are looking at also partnerships and networking. So from 2006, we have been conducting a lot of community-to-community exchange programs, and these are some of the partnering organizations. We have had partners from Americas, Africa, Asia, Europe, UK, across. These are glimpses of some national and international traditional healers exchange programs. And this is one of the first programs that we conducted. The last two figures are from Kampala. The upper one is from Malaysia, the other one from India. The left-hand corner was a global program we organized. We had several participants from Latin America. Now, we also work with ABS, Access and Benefit Sharing. Dr. Shigongo already talked about Nagoya Protocol. So we work closely with the GIZ Capacity Development Initiative. We have programs on ABS. And it was striking to see that many of the participants here were not clearly aware about the Nagoya Protocol. Probably that is the reason that the ABS Capacity Development Initiative was started. So we work with, this was a program in 2015. We also work with Community Health Workers Program, So these are learning exchanges in Thailand. This was the Asian Health Wisdom Conference in 2017 for community health workers training. Now we have conservation and sustainable use linked exchange programs. A couple of them have happened. Value chain related programs. Now I want to bring your attention because CBD recognizes the One Health guidance for, One Health is the overarching umbrella for biodiversity health initiatives. So we have a program with veterinary professionals and health professionals for antibiotic reduction in livestock farming through a One Health approach. So it is a 5-step strategy, improved animal management, strategic use of local breeds, use of medicinal plants and traditional knowledge, milk quality control, and extra payment. So we have exchange programs around One Health in terms of how to control mastitis. If you look at the BRICS country situation, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, the antibiotic use is going to triple by 2030. This was a US CDC study in 2010, which projected the tripling of antibiotic use. So we are in India, mastitis is a huge problem, and traditional medicine is mainstream now. We have partners in India, Ethiopia, Uganda, and the Netherlands. And in Netherlands, even in big holding systems with 200 to 300 cattle, this is being applied now, and other countries, these are very relevant. So for around 34 conditions, we have a set of remedies for reduction of chemicals and antibiotic use. It's a very interesting program. Now this is how it has been mainstreamed in India. So these are available in various Indian languages. If you go to the website for cattle use, what can be used from traditional medicine is well listed, and you can see the mainstream media now covering ethno-veterinary medicine will be a game changer for dairy sector in India. So it's a very interesting program. So future directions, now Dr. Shigongo already mentioned about the global biodiversity frameworks. It calls for whole government and whole society approaches. And I think this gives us a mandate also for the environment sector to speak to other sectors. So I think this is really a moment post 2020 framework for us to move forward in our capacity building activities. And we have the emphasis on agency of non-state actors. So we work with a lot of NGOs and community-based organizations. Emphasis on fostering traditional knowledge systems and solution towards sustainability, be it conservation, sustainable use, or access and benefit sharing equity. And strengthening linkages of value chains, improving livelihood. So the conservation is linked to health systems, it is linked to enterprises, and protection of traditional knowledge. So it's a holistic model that we are trying to promote. So, and I shared more visuals, but all these visuals are shared with FPIC, free prior informed consent. So there are people existing behind all these programs. I just wanted to highlight. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uni. Always very inspiring, and such a rich diversity of examples that you have now added to the mix. So I think it will give us so much to talk about when we have these great breakout groups later in this afternoon as well. And I know that we are running far behind schedule, but we are all learning so much. This is such a rich exchange. And I promise you that this next example of health in harmony is absolutely worth the wait, because we also know the important role that non-governmental organizations that are working with indigenous communities play in supporting and advancing that traditional knowledge and finding and co-designing solutions that can mutually benefit biodiversity and health while supporting livelihoods. So it is an honor to welcome Dr. Jonathan Jennings, who's the director of Health in Harmony, together with Erika Pellegrino, who is actually the medical director for Health in Harmony Brazil. So maybe we can begin with Jonathan, who will be describing the long-standing experience in Borneo, Indonesia, and Madagascar, and then we will move on to the Brazilian experience.
Thank you so much, Christina. It's really an honor for Dr. Erika and I to be here. It's humbling to be in the room with you. And thank you so much, Christina and Daniel, for your continued appreciation for the work that Health in Harmony is doing. I'm going to start by telling you something that you all know, and that's that we have never lived in a world where the health of people, where the health of biodiverse ecosystems, and the health of the planet could be effectively addressed in silos. Yet, this is precisely how our global health institutions, our nature conservation institutions, and our climate institutions have established themselves in the last century, siloed, isolated, and apart from one another. Dr. Erika and I are here today to talk to you about the planetary health and One Health solutions that are being designed by rainforest communities in Indonesia, Madagascar, and right here in Brazil. And we want to talk about how their intersectional, holistic solutions are improving community health, protecting rainforest and rainforest biodiversity, and sequestering carbon, drawing it down from the atmosphere to help cool our planet. I'm going to talk to you about Health in Harmony's work in Indonesia, Borneo, and Madagascar, and Dr. Erika will talk to you about our work here in Brazil. Our evidence base suggests that robust investment in planetary health and One Health solutions designed by indigenous and traditional peoples and local rainforest communities can simultaneously improve community health, protect rainforests, protect biodiversity, and cool the planet. So we work for an organization called Health in Harmony. Health in Harmony, we're not a global health organization, although healthcare delivery typically anchors our intersectional interventions. And we're not a conservation organization either, though our mission is to reverse the loss of tropical rainforests in order to mitigate global heating and protect biodiversity. We are a planetary health organization. We're a One Health organization. Because our work alongside rainforest communities around the world improves both human health and well-being and rainforest ecosystem integrity. And we are an animal species. We are of nature. We are because of nature. Our health is intimately linked to the health of the ecosystems that we inhabit. Health in Harmony has over 15 years worth of experience learning how to operationalize the fundamental interdependence between the health of people, the health of rainforests, and the health of our planet. We focus on rainforest ecosystems because, as everyone in here will know, guarding and expanding Earth's tropical rainforests is one of the most affordable and most effective ways for humanity to outmaneuver the twin crises of climate and nature's collapse. Now, when it comes to knowing how to protect and expand Earth's tropical rainforests, the indigenous, riverine, traditional, and local rainforest communities who live in these forests are the experts. Not me, not us. So we enter these communities and we practice a methodology that we've developed called radical listening. Radical listening is a simple methodology which emphasizes listening to communities without judgment, without inner bias or preconceived ideas. It's radical for two reasons. First, because my societies in North America and Western Europe, we do not have the habit of listening. We have long considered ourselves the experts in other people's problems. But in radical listening, the listener understands that she or he is not the expert. And the second reason that it is radical, and most importantly, listeners are committed to investing precisely in the solutions that indigenous, traditional, and local communities themselves design to protect rainforest. Knowing that these solutions are invariably intersectional, they're going to combine aspects of healthcare, aspects of livelihood, forest economy, conservation, and education. In 2007, at our first site, our proof of concept site in West Kalimantan, Indonesian Borneo, and in partnership with government authorities, we conducted dozens of hours of radical listening exercises with hundreds of people in about 40 separate villages or communities bordering the Gunung Palung rainforest. These communities came to consensus and concluded that they could stop logging and protect their rainforest if they had access to two things. Number one, quality, affordable health care. Number two, just transition into alternative livelihoods such as organic farming and small business entrepreneurship. They taught us that they had almost no other economic opportunity except to cut down and sell rainforest trees for the cash they needed to survive. And the critical driver was to be able to afford the out-of-pocket costs of their health care and their medical emergencies, which in Borneo included the high cost of travel to faraway clinics, included the costs of caretaker lodging for several days during hospitalization, and the opportunity cost of a family's provider being away from their families and their jobs. So this is exactly what Health in Harmony did. We trusted their expertise, and in 2007, in collaboration with local and regional government, we invested precisely in the intersectional solution, which included the establishment of a medical clinic on the edge of the rainforest and jobs training and alternative livelihoods, mainly in organic farming, but also in other trades, to justly transition hundreds of loggers into safer, better paying, and forest-friendly occupations and jobs. Communities designed a healthcare model that linked logging rates in individual villages to healthcare costs at the clinic. Lower logging rates resulted in lower out-of-pocket contributions to care, and logging at community level was monitored by forest guardians, salaried individuals from within the communities themselves. Communities ensured that even the poorest people amongst them could access health care by instituting a non-cash payment option at the clinic, whereby tree seedlings and manure could be used to pay for their health care at the clinic, and the tree seedlings and the manure are used in the program's livelihood and reforestation program. A chainsaw buyback program was designed by communities to invest startup capital in loggers and their families who didn't own land to farm, but who are ready to transition from logging into small business ownership. And the communities were right. Our listening and our trust-based investments in their intersectional planetary health and One Health solutions worked remarkably well. We gave the first 10 years of program data from this proof of concept site in Borneo to scientists at Stanford University, and their analysis of program data paired with satellite imagery of forest cover culminated in the publication of our 10-year impact in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. This was edited by Thomas Lovejoy, the late luminary on biodiversity, because he saw the value of this holistic approach and traditional knowledge. I want to call your attention to the paper's title, Improving Rural Healthcare Reduces Illegal Logging and Conserves Carbon in a Tropical Forest, and to the explicit links in this title between human health, rainforest health, biodiversity, carbon sequestration, and planetary cooling. The analysis revealed that Health in Harmony's $5 million investment into these community design solutions during this decade, so 10 years, $5 million investment, resulted in some very impressive outcomes across the planetary health or One Health landscape, including a 90% reduction in the number of households relying on logging for their livelihoods. This facilitated a 70% drop in forest loss in the program area compared to the control groups. That prevented the loss of $65 million worth of above-ground carbon. $65 million worth of above-ground carbon was prevented from being released in the atmosphere. Now, we report this carbon value in monetary terms, not because we support the monetization of nature, but because it might suggest an option to governments for financing One Health and planetary health interventions like this. Nesting habitat for 2,500 critically endangered Bornean orangutans was expanded. And from a human health perspective, in the clinic's catchment population of about 80,000 people, we saw infant mortality decline 67%, and we saw the prevalence of common morbidities and common killers such as malaria, diarrheal diseases, and tuberculosis consistently decline. We trusted the people of Borneo's wisdom, and they quite naturally designed a new kind of health system, one that links their own well-being outcomes to the integrity and the well-being of their rainforest ecosystems. We're currently collaborating with the Health Minister of Indonesia, Mr. Budi Sadikin, and his team to pilot the radical listening approach with the Ministry of Health in Indonesia in high-value Indonesian rainforests. So based on the success of this first program in Indonesian Borneo, we began replicating our radical listening approach about 4 years ago beside rainforest communities in the middle lands of the Xingu Basin here in Brazil and in Manambo Reserve in southeast Madagascar. In Manambo Reserve, here we are in Madagascar, we work with the Ministry of Public Health and the National Park authorities. Despite legally protected status, the Manambo rainforest had shrunk rapidly. Local rainforest communities, as you may know, suffer from impoverishment, chronic malnutrition due to food insecurity, and challenging healthcare access. Climate change adds to those stresses with extended droughts and more frequent cyclones, which shorten the growing season and destroy food stocks. Communities are driven in turn into the forests to degrade forests through shifting agriculture, through logging and hunting wild animals as a source of protein. During listening exercises in 2019, the communities of Manambo Rainforest designed a planetary health solution, a One Health solution, linking access to primary health care with climate-resilient agricultural training for better food security and education for their children. Our Malagasy medical team partners with the Ministry of Public Health to bring mobile health clinics to locations selected by the communities. Now, to minimize deforestation and forest fires, the community is transitioning away from swidden or shifting agriculture and are participating in training programs in regenerative agriculture, which focus on fast-growing rice varieties that allow 3 harvests per year and organic vegetable gardening to diversify the diets. The program enhances crop variety and integrates climate-smart crop management, which will lead to higher yield agriculture and nutrient-dense diets as the climate changes. Additional training in agroforestry improves food security while improving buffer zones around the rainforest edge to reduce further encroachment. Communities designed reciprocity agreements that see them start tree seedling nurseries, which they then use to reforest in return for access to healthcare and agricultural training programs. This intersectional planetary health, One Health solution in Madagascar allows people to enter the hunger season healthier and with better food security, which reduces the probability that they will be forced to rely on extractive coping strategies, like logging to sell charcoal or poaching animals to cope during the hunger season. And though the program is still quite young, satellite carbon data depicted here and generated by our partners at Woodwell Climate Research Center, the data show that consistent deforestation from 2003 to 2017 may be starting to stabilize, aided and sustained by community design solutions and their traditional knowledge. Again, the design wisdom of local communities in Madagascar, as we just saw in Borneo, may prove to protect rainforests, draw down carbon to help cool the planet, as well as expand habitat for Madagascar's magnificent biodiversity. And I would like to turn the floor over now to Dr. Erica to talk about our work in Brazil. And may we have her slide deck, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, everyone. I'm very honored to be here with you. And I am Brazilian. I am a psychiatrist, a mental health professional from São Paulo. I will deliver this in English because I think it has to reach more people outside. Listening to the Portuguese Brazilian speakers here today, Edivânia here, Ethel, Raquel, we have a lot of very amazing progressive people in Brazil, and listening to Jesus' presentation of what was presented before, it's amazing to see how we are speaking the same language in some way, and it's nice to have the translation. I moved to Altamira in Pará State 7 years ago, and I decided to move there because mostly of two things that I listened when I was there. One is the impacts of the so-called development projects, like the hydroelectric plant of Belo Monte that was built there, with all the impacts in the mental health and traditional way of living for our communities. And the second one was these specifically ways of living that would appear to me as possible solutions for the problems that we face as a society, and in mental health, I can see it very clearly. So it's, I met when I was there a riverine woman called Raimunda Gomes, and she told me, in Portuguese, she told me there are two kinds of people, sabido burro e burro sabido. Sabido burro is like, it's like you go to a university, you are perceived by others as someone that is smart, but in fact, these people go there and tell her what she can and cannot do with her land, and tell her that they are going to install a hydroelectric plant that's amazing and will bring development for everyone. But if they are left there, they have like this PhD degree, but if they are left in her land, they will starve because they can't tell apart what is edible and what's poison. They can't fish even in a river full of fish. And her, in the other side, she would call herself burro sabido, but it was as a joke because she's very proud of her knowledge, and she knows that she knows things. She says that she has a very special and consolidated knowledge that's not from school, but it's from her ancestral knowledge. It's from what she learns from the nature itself, from the spiritual beings in nature. So she knows how to make açaí, how to make manioc flour, which is a very complex process. She knows how to hunt and fish, and she knows if she has some kind of dream, she will not go into the forest because she will encounter a snake or have an accident. And so she would stay at home that day. And that's knowledge, that's not superstition. This is ancestor traditional knowledge. This knowledge, it emerges from a distinct cosmovision than the one that we learn from universities as Western white people, as myself. And as in the examples that Jonathan brings us, traditional knowledge is much closer to the planetary health, One Health concepts, because they don't do the separations that we do. This is the kind of separation that we can see very clearly. This is the border of an indigenous land in Mato Grosso, in the Xingu Basin, that shows exactly how forest is standing where traditional communities are. The map that shows deforestation in the red points, it's from, I think, 2019. It's going to the borders of the green areas that are protected areas for indigenous people and for quilombola and riverine harvesting communities. And these concepts, they come together with the idea of well-living. I like the title of the workshop, but I humbly disagree a little bit with well-being, because I think well-living, as Raquel said, like bem viver, is something that comes from traditional communities that comes from the Quechua concept of buen vivir. It's something that indigenous people are reinforcing a lot in, like, when we are in a discussion for mental health for indigenous people. It's very common to have this shifted to the well-living concept and idea. And it's different from well-being in some sense because it comes from this cosmovision. It's not about being, you can have well-being in the spa hotel here, but not well-living. Well-living comes from the connection with nature. It comes with this cosmovision that's in balance and in harmony with nature. And it's radical in some way because it opposes to a way of development like the mining in the Yanomami territory that's displayed there. And in the other side, I choose as a picture for representing well-being, this art from indigenous artist Jaider Isbell, that said that how art is an extension of our politics into the world and shows the interconnections of spiritual, humans and non-human beings with the nature. It's important to acknowledge that this kind of knowledge doesn't bring the same kinds of developments, but different ones. And the ones that we need right now, including the biggest rainforest that we have now. It's not coincidence that we have the traditional communities in protected areas where forest is standing. The idea that the Amazon rainforest is an untouched sanctuary, it's very far away from the reality of indigenous groups. And for them, like, Amazon, it's their backyard, it's their garden. It's planted by humans, it's planted by the human knowledge. We could argue which one is the biggest patrimony that was built by humans, like the pyramids or skyscrapers. But human knowledge together and in balance with nature also planted the Amazon rainforest. We have a lot of research that points into that direction. We have a phenomenon that's called hyperdominance, that from 16,000 different species, we have 227 species in the Amazon rainforest that repeat over and over and over again. It's 1.6%. And those 1.6%, these 227 species, they are useful for humans. They are useful for food. The biggest one is acai. They are useful for building houses, for handcrafts, for healing, for traditional medicine. They are part, and they grow in places where you have the kind of land that has remainings of ancestor indigenous communities living there a long time ago. But this forest and biodiversity, as well as this knowledge, is being constantly threatened with the risk of the sky falling over our heads, as the shaman Davi Kopenawa alerts us. The place where we specifically work in Brazil, from where we are doing expansion in the Xingu Basin area, is surrounded by the deforestation. That comes with roads, land grabbing, farming for cattle or monocultures. Other illegal activities such as mining have devastating impacts in health and biodiversity in these areas. And as like what Jonathan was saying, when we asked people from the communities that we started working with, called HESEX, Harvesting Reserves for Riverine Communities, about well-living, what they will need to protect their territory and live well. They would ask for healthcare solutions, forest economy investments, in network of products such as Brazil nut, babaçu flour, oil, medicines, and also to have education, so they can have riverine doctors and teachers in the communities to remain their way of thinking and living. We developed together with the communities and partners an emergency plan for facing COVID in partnership with the community associations, the local government, and we had no one died from COVID in those communities. We didn't have any death inside of those communities. No one was removed to a hospital or needed a ventilator during the period of COVID. We could achieve that because we implemented their solutions, because we worked with all of these things going together. So they didn't need only like more health professionals in the territory, but they also needed health expeditions to give routine vaccinations, dentist assistance, also to deliver. We also worked with the partners for forest economy to buy products, so we are sure that everything that they would produce as Brazil nut or babaçu would be immediately bought, so they could, instead of going to the city, go to the forest and harvest and work in the forest. They would receive products that they would go to the city to buy, such as rice or coffee or sugar, and so they wouldn't need to go to the city and have the risk of being contagious. And when we asked people from the communities why nobody died or why nobody was severely ill, they answered that they had clean air, they had clean water, they had good food with a lot of fish, a lot of meat from hunting. Everyone could tell us a recipe of a medicine that they used for when they were sick with COVID. So they see and they tell us a very valuable lesson on planetary health and One Health in this particular response for COVID. And I will stop myself here because
So we have a couple of recommendations which were up on that slide. Very quickly, 15 more seconds if you just want to put that back up. So One Health, planetary health, and other holistic operational frameworks guided by the traditional knowledge of indigenous and local peoples. It deconstructs the false and detrimental boundaries between our public health, our nature conservation, and our climate institutions. The extraordinary return on investment from the planetary health and One Health solutions designed by indigenous, traditional, and local rainforest communities recommends that this is a key approach for governments to improve community health and reverse the interdependent climate and biodiversity crises. This is the right way forward for humanity, and thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Jonathan and Erica, for sharing that example. Health in Harmony is actually an award-winning NGO. It has won multiple awards for its efforts in jointly conserving biodiversity and human health. So I think that it is a very valuable example of how we can work with indigenous communities, harness traditional knowledge, and empower them to come up with their own solutions as well. So thank you very much for that. Very unfortunately, we are way out of time. And I have just been told that if we don't go to lunch right now, there will be no lunch. So I suggest we make a run for it. But before you leave, wait 1 second. We must. We are really behind schedule, and there's just so much richness here. So we must all be back here. Promise me you will be back here in 1 hour at the very most, and we will invite all of our panelists. We have no time for questions right now, but we will invite all of our panelists to come back on the stage and to answer some questions very briefly in 1 hour. Sorry? Okay, no, wait, just one. Sorry. While I'm at it, there's one more thing that I wanted to note. To our IT team, I have a question for our IT team. So I do want to welcome not only each of the people that are in this room right now, but I also very much want to acknowledge and thank and welcome the people that are joining us online. So when we do come back in 1 hour, if they have questions, we will also, of course, make sure that they have the opportunity to ask questions because they haven't had an opportunity to speak yet, and it's very important to have them with us as well. Thank you.